I now call this meeting of the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education to order. I would like to remind everyone that this is a hybrid meeting and that some of our presenters and audience may join by Zoom. Ms. Soderberg, may I please have a roll call?
Yes, Trustee Schmidt,
Present.
Trustee Dupree,
Here.
Trustee Carahero,
Here.
Trustee Mohammed,
Here.
Trustee Basquette,
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Here.
President Feaster.
I am here. I believe we are now at motion to approve the agenda. Trustees, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So
Excuse me,
moved.
are there any changes?
So moved.
It's been moved to approve the agenda by Trustee Schmidt. Is there support? Is there support to approve the agenda? Support by Trustee Gaynor. Ms. Soderberg, may I have a roll call, please?
Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
Trustee Dupree, Trustee Carahero,
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
Trustee Basquette,
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We are now down to public commentary. The board would like to remind everyone that individuals who have signed up for public commentary will have their names called and are given an opportunity to speak or have comments read by a member of our staff. Commenters will have up to 4 minutes with a total of no more than 30 minutes allowed for public commentary, period. For this special meeting of the board, when your name is called, please come forward and speak at the microphone. To help you manage your time, a clock will be placed on the screen in front of you. As noted in Policy 1300, speakers should take into account the rules of common courtesy and refrain from making personal attacks against employees, volunteers, students, parents, community members, or members of the board. Also, please understand that board members do not respond to public comments, but we will listen carefully and will follow up as appropriate. Ms. Soderberg, how many do we have?
We have 202 comments.
202. Trustee Basquette?
Yes, Mr. President, since due to the number and the hour, I'd like to offer that we do as we did in the previous meeting, in that we read the written comments that were sent to us at the end of the meeting and allow those who are in person to speak first.
I'm fine with that, and I'd be inclined to give everybody a minute who's present to speak. Trustee Gaynor?
I just point out that these comments are going to come not only after the discussion, but after our vote, if we do it this way, which just doesn't seem right.
Trustee Carahero?
I'd like to add that I think that saving some comments in the beginning and some comments at the end actually divides the public. And I don't think that's quite what we are interested in doing as a district. And for purposes of inclusion, I just don't think that some families might have wanted to come tonight but couldn't. It doesn't mean that their voices are lesser. It just means that for whatever reason, they couldn't be here. And I think it somewhat deprioritizes their comments when you put them at the end.
Question by Trustee Dupree and then Trustee Mohammed.
Are you proposing that we give everybody a full minute this time, last time as well? Because if we divide 200 comments by 30 minutes, that's a lot of time for anyone.
I was not speaking to the time limit, but yet to the process. I will leave it up to the chair to decide on the time limit. But you're right, given this is a special meeting, 30 minutes as printed in the agenda is what we allow.
And I'd be inclined to give everybody a minute who's present.
If I may, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Trustee Basquette, then Trustee
Yeah, if I
Mohammed.
may to speak to the argument of division, there is no division. The folks sign up as they sign up. Ms. Soderberg will read as if people have signed up. So there's no sense of a division at all.
Trustee Mohammed and then Trustee Carahero.
So I think, I mean, I agree. I think it is important that we hear all the comments before we make a vote. So I'm going to motion to,
There's already a motion on the table, so we have to vote that motion.
there was no motion.
There was,
There was a suggestion.
I'm sorry.
So I'm going to motion to give 1 minute per person and have it in the front of the meeting where it's supposed to be.
Okay, you're motioning for 1 minute for everyone and have it all together written
All
and-
together.
Okay. Trustee Gainer?
Given there's 200 comments and people knew they had to be concise, I'd like to add a friendly amendment that it be limited to, 25, 30 seconds.
Trustee Gainer is asking for your 1 minute to be reduced to 25, 30 seconds and have it all done in front.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to accept because we only have one agenda item. So I think it's okay.
Okay. There's a motion. It's been moved by Trustee Muhammad to have 1 minute in front of the for the entire commentary right now. Is there support for that? Support by Trustee Carahero. Any additional discussion on that? Trustee Schmidt?
For the record, the people that have written in, we actually have it right in front of us to read. So it's not that, I mean, we had it as of 3 o'clock today. So we had access.
I'm sorry.
We,
Okay. Thank you.
So to me, that's still available to us. I think we have to remember that board meetings are business meetings. This is a special business meeting done in the public, not for the public. They're done here and the public.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not a performance, even though we're up on stage in this setting. The idea is that we get our business done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Please. Trustee Schmidt.
In
once you
that,
finish.
in that light, for me, the idea of public comment is I need to hear from people so that it informs our decision-making and the business we have to cover tonight. And so the written comments we have before us and we've had for the afternoon. And I understand some people worked later, but there's a chance to skim through those as we sit here for a very long evening. So that's why I think, I will say that the union did, I talked to someone that's, I won't name names, but they were very pleased with the last way we did it because they said that way people could actually stay and watch the process. It wasn't just, they ran out of energy or they had to take their kids or whatever and they couldn't actually watch the process.
Thank you, Trustee Schmidt. Trustee Carahero, then Trustee Muhammad.
Sure. Just two comments. If you move the public commentary at the end, by definition, that is a division. Secondly, I would also say this is in response, that was in response to Trustee Basquet's comment saying that it's not division, but when you split it up, that by definition is dividing. The other comment I have is in response to Trustee Schmidt. I talked to a lot of people too. I'm not going to name names, but they hated the public.
The only thing I would say, trustees, is that with 200 plus comments, we're looking at what's that, 3 hours of public commentary. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that. Oh, sorry, Trustee Muhammad.
So at the last meeting, we spent about 17 minutes trying to discuss this. I think we've already discussed this at the last meeting, so I'll call the question.
So we can either support her calling the question, or we can go right to voting. Trustee Carahero, you're supporting calling the question? All right, so Ms. Osinski, Trustee Muhammad called the question. Trustee Carahero supported it. So we're voting whether or not we should vote again then on Trustee Muhammad's motion.
Okay, Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
Trustee Dupree,
Yes.
Trustee Carahero,
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad,
Yes?
Trustee Basquet,
No.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
President Feaster.
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The motion carries. So now we are voting on Trustee Muhammad's original motion, which is to give everyone 1 minute, both in person and write-in, at the start of the meeting. She did not accept the friendly amendment by Trustee Gaynor, so that is not included in this vote. This is for 1 minute. Any additional? Okay, so I think we're ready to go on that. Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Schmidt,
No?
Trustee Dupree,
Yes.
Trustee Caraharo,
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
Trustee Basquette,
No.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
President Feaster.
No. That
Motion carries.
Mr. Cluley, if you would not mind setting the timer to 1 minute, and we will begin to go down our list, please.
All right, the first comments are Carlos Brito, Lyndon Dibble, Emily Fine, and Jesse Dutcher.
And just so everyone in person knows, I'm going to hold it tight to 1 minute so we can try and get through this as quickly as possible.
Carlos Brito says all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Lyndon Dibble, Emily Fine, Jesse Dutcher, Anita Shalgakar.
Hello, I'm Lyndon Dibble, a student at Pioneer High School, and I'm here today to raise 4 concerns from a much-needed student point of view. First, the professionalism of this board was very much in question at the last meeting, with board members bickering and being petty with other members of the board the entire time. Not something that should be needed to be said, but that isn't the best showing for a group trying to get the public on board with their plan. Second, the discontinuing of elementary language not only would decrease the turnout of language participation at higher levels, but also, in its very nature, be inequality due to the IB program schools keeping these classes. Third, the lower hours of assistant band and orchestra directors would hurt the music programs immensely, after you promised not to hurt them. I had Miss Lillifors, the assistant here at PIO, for my freshman and sophomore year, and would not be the player I am today without her. Lastly, the misleading graph design by the superintendent's office to outline the plan to the public strikes me as unethical, especially considering that your 33% of the superintendent cabinet is 3 people as compared to the close to 100 teachers, only 6%.
Thank you.
Appear
That's your time. Thank you.
Emily Fine, Jesse Dutcher, Anita Shalgakar, Stacy Menes.
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you. Thank you. That is your time.
I'd like that cameraman to move so I could see the people's faces who are talking.
Excuse me, gentleman from, was it from this gentleman here from Fox 2? This gentleman with the hat?
Yeah.
Would you mind sliding to the side, please, sir? Thank you.
A little more to your right, please. Not kidding.
Emily Fine, Jesse Dutcher, Anita Shalgakar, Stacy Menes. Emily Fine writes, I'm a parent of children currently at King Elementary, Clegg Middle School, and Huron High School. Ann Arbor Public Schools music program is currently thriving thanks to the dedicated instructors who've devoted their careers to introducing children to the joys of music. We must continue to invest in the music program that sets AAPS apart from private schools and other districts. All AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Next is Jesse Dutcher, Anita Shalgakar, Stacy Menes, Rohan Hangakar.
My name is Jesse Doiker, and I'm a graduate of AAPS and a current AAPS PE teacher. Last week, as the plan was being presented, Dawn Linden made it clear what she thinks of elementary special area programs and teachers when she referred to PE, library, art, and music as a mechanism for teacher planning time. For a district that has stated they are focusing on dignity, belonging, and well-being, Dawn Linden's comment left a critical portion of the teaching staff feeling like you view us as perhaps nothing more than babysitters and definitely not as real teachers with important programs that bring value to the lives of the kids we get to know and teach for 6+ years. To the community, the fact that we are not valued is actually nothing new to us. Our budget for our teaching materials and for the large-scale events we put on each year are non-existent. We rely on grants, donors choose, and the support of our PTOs. Despite the fact most PE teachers are interweaving math, literacy, science, and social studies, and of course critical social emotional learning into our lessons every day, the district doesn't feel we have a curriculum worth financially supporting. But when it comes time for hotel rooms, dinners, and ed tech, this district will spare no expense, showing yet again dignity and well-being as a privilege reversed
Thank you
only
very
for...
much. That is your time.
Anita Shelgakar,
Thank you very
Stacy
much.
Menes, Rohan Hangakar, Kate Delaney.
Thank you very much. That's your time. You are out of order, sir. Thank you. That's your time. Thank
Anita
you, sir.
Shelgakar says all APS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Stacy Menes, Rohan Hangakar, Kate Delaney, Jamie Ventura. Stacy Menes says all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Rohan Hangakar, Katie Delaney, Jamie Ventura, and then Adam Maservi. Rohan Hangakar says all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Kate Delaney, Jamie Ventura, Adam Maservi, Mandy Lamb. Kate Delaney. Dear AAPS Board of Education and Superintendent Parks, comprehensive music education from kindergarten through 12th grade plays a crucial role in the holistic development of students. It fosters creativity, enhances cognitive abilities, and improves emotional intelligence. By learning to play an instrument or sing, students develop discipline and patience, as they must practice regularly to improve. Music education also strengthens mathematical skills, as it involves understanding rhythms and scales, which are inherently mathematical. Furthermore, it encourages teamwork and collaboration when students participate in bands, orchestras, or choirs. Importantly, music education provides a means of self-expression, helping students to understand and express their emotions in a healthy way. Therefore, comprehensive music education is not just about learning music, it's about enhancing life skills and contributing to the overall development of the individual. All AAPS students deserve equitable and supportive access to comprehensive music education. Next is Jamie Ventura, Adam Maservi, Mandy Lamb, and Shika Marwa. Jamie Ventura says all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Cutting co-teachers would be an appalling decision. Adam Maservi, Mandy Lamb, Shika Marwa, Kathleen Mothersell. Adam Maservi. My name is Adam Maservi, and I am the PE teacher at Carpenter Elementary. JFK once said, intelligence and skill can only function at the peak of their capacity when the body is healthy and strong. Researchers have reported that participating in physical activity was positively related to outcomes, including academic achievement, academic behaviors, and indicators of cognitive skills and attitudes, such as concentration, memory, self-esteem, and verbal skills. According to the National Education Association, kids learn early on that movement makes them feel happier. In PE, students develop new skills that build over time, increasing their confidence and mental health. The lessons in PE help students create lifelong habits that promote their well-being. PE programs also promote positive personal and social behaviors, teaching students how to effectively communicate and resolve conflicts. Federal guidelines recommend children and teens ages 6 to 17 get at least 1 hour of moderate to vigorous activity each day. Mandy Lamb, Shika Marwa, Kathleen Mothersell, Kenneth Kwan. Mandy Lamb, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Shika Marwa, all AAPS students deserve a fully staffed and comprehensive music education. Kathleen Mothersell, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Kenneth Kwan, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed music education. Renee Tall, Isha Savi, Sarah Hoffert, and Ashton Maddock. Kenneth Kwan, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Renee Tall, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Isha Sabi, Sarah Hoffert, Ashton Maddock, Joshua Corcoran.
Hello, my name is Isha Savi, and I'm a 10th grader at Huron High School. I've been a student in this district for the last 5 years, and the hypocrisy I've seen from the board is a little bit disturbing. You can't claim that you care about equity when you're cutting one of the most equitable programs that the district provides, and you can't claim you care about students when you're cutting teachers who actually care about us. Thank you.
Sarah Hoffert, Ashton Maddock, Joshua Corcoran, and Mays El-Zahari. Okay. Sarah writes, hello, Board of Education. My name is Sarah Hoffert, and I wanted to stand up for my teachers today. I recently heard about all of the teachers you are cutting, and I feel ashamed that I am a part of this school district. These teachers that you just cut have made such a big difference in my life. At Thurston Elementary School, we learned Chinese, and I remember everything they taught us. We always had fun and enjoyed being in that class, always laughing, learning, and singing. In middle school, at Clegg, our assistant music directors are some of the best people I have met. You can always ask them questions, joke with them, and just talk to them. All of these teachers right now that you just cut are taking away precious memories that kids can and have been making. Not only that, but you are taking away multiple things AAPS prides themselves on, such as a great music program and elementary languages. Cutting these teachers will just bring AAPS down and ruin what we have our pride in. We are not a community anymore. These teachers mean so much to me and kids all around AAPS. Don't cut them because we love them.
Mr. Cluley, there are two people here to speak.
My name is Ashton Maddock. I'm a junior at Pioneer High School. When I was an incoming freshman, just before I entered high school, I was terrified of Mr. Leach. I'd only met him through a very hazy Zoom call, and I didn't know what to make of this infamously strict band director. When I entered high school in the fall, I was in concert band White, taught by the co-band director. Rather than Mr. Leach, it was Miss Lillifors who taught me my band room discipline, how to march, and who comforted me when I was stressed. It was Miss Lillifors who let my walls down and cemented my love of the Pioneer Band program. Co-music directors are not just extensions of the director or even the teacher of the lower ensembles. Co-music directors serve the valuable role of being an intermediary between the music director and the underclassmen. The role of Miss Lillifors and others like her is to provide a more welcoming environment where students can develop before advancing to the more strenuous levels of music. Along with the incredible work Miss Lillifors also provides to the program, such as her composing talent and her organization assistance, her approachability as leader of the underclassmen ensembles is what sticks out to me. Thank you.
Joshua Cochran.
Hello, my name is Joshua Corcoran. I'm a student at Pioneer High School, also a junior. Music is a major pillar in our high school career. Over 50% of all students worldwide have taken a music course of some sort during their high school careers. The fundraising behind that is mostly based in communities of these particular areas. Not that the board of directors has not provided fundraising, and we greatly appreciate what you've given us, but our community is what has built up all of that, because no single person, no one director could possibly handle what David Leach and Aaron Lillifors has handled and have processed over the past 4 years of my high school career, and all of the funding and all of the organization, it's not possible. I know sacrifices are going to need to be made, and I know that we are going to have to lose some things, no matter how stupid mistakes, how we should not suffer those consequences. But I think that we should not damage the support that the music program provides all Pioneer High School students. I think that a huge number of my peers deserve the same beginning that we all have given.
Thank you very much. That is your time.
Next up is Mays Al-Sahari, Matthew Zhang, Sharif El-Tawil, Jill Priestley. Mays writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Matthew Zhang, Matthew Zhang says, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Sharif El Tawil, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Jill Priestley, Stacy Bradley, Meredith Nickerson, and Stephanie Regal. Okay, Jill Priestley. All AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Many of these students are Title I, excuse me, and their parents cannot afford private lessons. The only way for these students to become proficient is to have co-teachers who can provide additional small group and one-on-one instruction. Stacy Bradley and Meredith Nickerson. Stacy writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Meredith Nickerson, Stephanie Regal, Jill Pritz, and Gregory Tall.
My name is Meredith Nickerson, and I'm the mother of a second grader at Carpenter Elementary School. I've also taught Project Lead the Way at Abbott, Eberwhite, and Pittsfield Elementary Schools. A few years ago, my then kindergartner brought home his first launch log, a science journal filled with drawings, writings, and all the learning he'd been doing in PLTW. He told me how much he adored Teacher Ashley, the exciting projects that he'd been working on, and how he had to work in a team to complete his first design challenge. I was amazed to see AAPS was teaching STEM in such a hands-on and research-driven way, and delighted in how much my child loved the program. Later that year, I made a leap of faith and left a neighboring district where I had taught science and technology for the previous 12 years and joined the PLTW team. I knew that I wanted to be a part of this impactful and well-loved program, and I wanted to help inspire all youth to explore and embrace a field in which women, people of color, and those with disabilities have been historically underrepresented. I ask the board to support PLTW moving forward. Please do not forget that our children are faced with a future where they must tackle the challenges of climate change, AI, and other scientific advancements.
Thank you very much. That's your time.
Stephanie Regal, Jill Pritz, Gregory Tall, and Suga Jamin. Stephanie Regal. All AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Jill Pritz. All AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Additionally, Huron High School has the largest population of Title I students in the district. So by decreasing the availability of our co-teacher, we are decreasing the equity in music education at our school. Huron High School will have 250 students enrolled in band next year, the most in AAPS. Every other school in the state of Michigan that is similar size has a full-time co-teacher. AAPS owes it to our students to maintain the high level of music education that we have had before, during, and after the pandemic. Our band teachers work hard, they work long hours, and my son's success in band has increased his self-esteem and happiness. Gregory Tall, Suga Jamin, Karen Sletten-Farho, and Jamie Van Epps. Gregory says his topic was music education. Suga Jamin, all students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Karen Sletten-Farho, followed by Jamie Van Epps. Karen writes, reducing music education time by 20% at elementary schools and reducing co-teachers at higher levels will severely impair music education in this district, perhaps leading to long-lasting and irreversible effects on an outstanding program. Why do I care so much about music education? Why have I supported my children in their musical pursuits for so many years? It is because I know how much value our students get from music that is beyond the music itself. Studies show that music education has many benefits to children, from relieving anxiety and stress to promoting creativity to improve math scores. Students learn perseverance through practice and learn cooperative work with large and small groups within their ensembles. Learning music helps promote the lifelong ability to learn new skills. Why would you shortchange a critical part of a student's education? All students deserve a fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Jamie Van Epps, Tamara McCallick, and Margaret Baker. Jamie Van Epps writes, all students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Tamara McCallick. Okay. Tamara writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Margaret Baker, Yoshitaka Shitani, Rena Shitani, and Emily Nelson. Are you Margaret Baker?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I am Margaret Baker, 21-year volunteer, retiring this year, 5 children through AAPS. I am shocked that I am having to write this letter in favor of maintaining what is widely known to be the jewel of AAPS, our music programs. Even if some of you are not musicians or parents of musicians, surely you're aware of the benefits of comprehensive music education for children of all ages. As you know, this is a dangerous, troubling age. Why would you take away a program that supports the whole child? You bandy about the words SEL and equity constantly. There is one program that continuously supports the needs of SEL and music and equity. These proposed changes regarding music education are misguided, ill-advised, confounding, and just wrong. They will be hugely detrimental to a large group of students for years to come, particularly students who most need music in school. Do you really want this as your legacy? The board that cut music. Thank you.
Yoshitaka Shitani, Rena Shitani, Emily Nelson, and Krista Johnson. Yoshitaka writes, my daughter is being able to receive a phenomenal musical education throughout Clegg and Huron bands. The director and co-director in both schools have helped her develop a healthy personality, not only through music itself, but also through but also through their support. Please don't take this wonderful environment and these precious, fantastic teachers away from my child. Please understand that all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Rena Shitani writes, all students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Emily Nelson, Krista Johnson, Feng Chung, and Minja Park. Emily Nelson writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Krista Johnson, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Feng Chung.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay.
Well, before you start the time, I have a question for the people on the stage. Yesterday here at Pioneer, we have a picnic pop. I wonder, I know Miss Gaynor, you're here. Mr. Gaynor, I'm sorry. You are here. Thank you so much. And I wonder who else of you guys there went to this concert? No one. You don't care about our kids. You don't care. Did you see how good they performed there? We were so proud of them. Because of what? Because they have those teachers. They need those teachers, okay? Please think about it. And next, you can start my time. Thank you. I look at your budget plan. One director's salary covers the whole band orchestra's budget cut. So you do the math. And there's a survey among the teachers asking them if any of them can teach any other subject except their specialty. Did you do this kind of survey to your executive director, coordinator? Can you do this survey to them and cut them? We need to cut them, not the teacher.
Minja Park, followed by Sarah Robleski and Dennis Liu. Minja Park, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Sarah Robleski, Dennis Liu, and Maria Cicero. Sarah writes, my name is Sarah Robleski. I wanted to discuss the cuts to world language. For reference, I have a master's degree in foreign language teaching, and I teach Spanish at Huron. You mentioned that some elementary world language positions have been unfilled all year. This is in part due to your poor structuring of the program, where teachers have to travel constantly, and your lack of priority regarding language learning. We should have world language in every school starting as early as possible. The very fact that IB schools require it should be a red flag. Our students are not as prepared for the global workplace because we start language education far later than any other country in the world. There are other schools in the area, such as Lincoln's Spanish Immersion Program, that will attract new families while we continue to live in the Stone Age of language education. STEM programs like Project Lead the Way mean nothing without communication, and early language education is an essential part of creating global citizens who can problem solve across borders. I hope you will consider the negative impact.
Dennis Liu, Maria Cicero, Mike Robbins, and Rebecca Hogan. Dennis Liu writes, all APS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Please do not cut the position of music co-director. Maria Cicero, Mike Robbins, Rebecca Hogan, and Ella McVeigh. Maria Cicero says all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Mike Robbins, Rebecca Hogan, Ella McVeigh, and Truly Render. Mike writes, I am writing to express my support for our AAPS libraries. Please do not eliminate any FTE at our elementary buildings. My two children have attended the Ann Arbor Public Schools. My daughter, now a sophomore at Michigan State University, attended King, Clegg, and Skyline. My son, now a sophomore at Huron High School, also attended King and Clegg. Their love of the libraries centered their experience at all four schools, providing a safe space, a through line as they matured through grades, and a reliable source of information. In collaboration with many AAPS community members, I recently helped organize the Friends of the AAPS Libraries, a new 501c3 organization and the first of its kind in the country. Our aims will be to advocate for our district's libraries, fundraise, facilitate volunteer opportunities, and prepare for book challenges. You'll hear more from this advocacy group very soon. Research has shown that school library programs staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes. Next is Rebecca Hogan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rebecca Hogan, and I'm here with some friends. We represent nearly 400 parents who are urging you to more equitably distribute the burden of this budget crisis. A core commitment of this process has been minimizing impact to students, but you have not yet lived up to that commitment. The cuts proposed to paraprofessional and TA pay, as well as the reduction of specials, world language, and music staff, will significantly impact students, particularly students who receive special education services and attend Title I schools. We want the central office to take a greater share of this burden. Listen to parents. We're asking you to minimize impact to students. Cut more from the top. Restore our trust.
Ella McVeigh, Truly Render, Galia Dimitrova, Lizhang Ma. Go ahead.
Hola, me llamo Ella McVeigh. Yo tengo 12 años y yo vivo en Ann Arbor. Hello, my name is Ella McVeigh. I'm 12 years old and I live in Ann Arbor. I'm currently a 6th grader at Green Hills School. I attended Angel Elementary School and was fortunate enough to take Spanish class in 4th and 5th grade. It was then when I was first exposed to Spanish and I fell in love with the language. Because of my time at Angel learning Spanish, I entered middle school confident of my language choice. I have 3 friends in my 6th grade Spanish class who also attended Angel, and we are all advanced and ahead of our non-AAPS peers. I know this is because we all took Spanish classes at our elementary school. The city of Ann Arbor is a uniquely diverse place, and this diversity is something that sets us apart from other Michigan communities. Finding one's passion in life and pursuing a dream comes only from introductions and exposures to those passions. Taking my first Spanish class in 4th grade was an eye-opening and life-changing experience for me. It exposed me to a foreign language, and it also gave me a head start when I entered middle school.
Thank you.
Truly Render, Galia Dimitrova.
Hi, my name is Truly Render. I'm an AAPS parent, and I am an advocate for full-time, dedicated librarians in all libraries, which the current AAPS budget proposal does not support. Libraries aren't just specials that teach critical 21st century skills like media literacy and DEI skills through stories. They are resources for the entire school community, including teachers. They do vital work to support teachers in curriculum delivery. Furthermore, this cut is being proposed at a time when many students are still building literacy skills and social-emotional learning delayed by pandemic isolation, both things that librarians nurture. It is a documented fact that school libraries without dedicated professional librarians are vulnerable to book bans, which are rapidly rising in Michigan. To be sure, I don't want any specials cut. Art especially has been critical to our child's life, well-being, and future, but I don't view the library as a special. It is a resource that should be considered the beating heart of any educational institution.
Galia Dimitrova, Lising Ma, Wan Li. I am writing to strongly oppose the proposed cuts to AAPS's elementary world language programs and urge you to vote no on this proposal at Monday's Board of Education meeting. Until now, AAPS has been a leader in world language education in our state. Its sequence of high-quality elementary through secondary language courses allows students to develop real-world language skills and cultural competence, earn the Michigan Seal of Bilateral Literacy, place into advanced level university courses, and use languages in their careers. Starting language instruction in elementary school is key to developing the high-level language and intercultural skills needed in the workplace and in higher education. Eliminating elementary language programs will put AAPS students at a competitive disadvantage, not only in our state, but also nationally and globally. There are other ways to address AAPS budget shortfall that will not eliminate these crucial learning opportunities for our students. Please vote no on the proposed cuts and any future cuts that endanger world language education. Lising Ma, Wan Li, Gopal Kamat.
Dear board members, I'm an ESL and Chinese teacher at Huron High School. I'm here to advocate for every Chinese and Spanish heritage family whose voice is not always loud, but whose identity and culture will be severely impacted by the action of cutting Chinese and Spanish in elementary school. When the survey was sent out, there was no options in different languages to ensure every single minority family could fully participate. This is not equity. When Chinese and Spanish were cut, nobody reached out to any Spanish or Chinese heritage family, which makes around 20% in our community. This is also not equity. We are minorities. We bring diversity and more funding to our community. Our voice should be as equal as other people. Please keep Spanish and Chinese in elementary school.
Yuan Lee, Gopal Kamat, Leslie Wilkins.
This is from the district website. The mission of the Ann Arbor Public Schools is to ensure each student realize their aspirations by creating a world-class system. How can we call it a world-class system if there's no world language programs? Cutting world language programs save the district very little money compared to how much the district is going to lose. Let's take a look at the Chinese program. The entire elementary Chinese program is supported only by 1.5 teachers who serves over 685 students. Is cutting this program what you consider minimizing the impact on students? How about the opportunities of these 685 students? Families choose AAPS because of our commitment to diversity and inclusion. Eliminating these programs, you are sending a message that you don't care about diversity, you don't value different cultures, and you're promoting exclusion. You are taking away students' opportunities to become global citizens, and you are driving families to seek other choices to benefit their kids. Please revise the plan. Thank you.
Gopal Kamat, Leslie Wilkins, Marika Kay, and Taryn Dam. Gopal writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. My son is a freshman at Huron High, and the band program at the school is best in class. I'd like the BOE to ensure that a full-time co-teacher is maintained at Huron High School. Leslie Wilkins, Marika Kay, Taryn Dam, Abigail Humphrey. All APS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education and world language education starting at the elementary school level. Maintaining the current music and language programs is the only equitable choice. Marika Kay, Taryn Dam, Abigail Humphrey, Yang Liu. Marika Kay says, advocacy for continuous support of AAPS librarians and libraries. AAPS libraries, helmed by full-time professional librarians, are vital to our district's educational success. Evidence repeatedly shows that students benefit academically from resources and services provided by these expert-led library programs. However, AAPS libraries contribute more than academic support. They foster a culture of reading and critical skills like information literacy, impacting over 6,000 students daily. Our libraries are vibrant community hubs hosting varied programs that engage with topics from literacy to cultural heritage. By encouraging a reading culture and providing diverse and relevant book collections, our librarians empower students to connect with the world around them. Despite budgetary challenges, it is crucial that we preserve these essential educational resources. Supporting APS libraries is an investment in the comprehensive development of our students and the well-being of our school communities. Taryn Dam, Abigail Humphrey, Yang Liu, Natalie Bonsack.
Hello, I am Taryn Dam. I'm a PE teacher at Pittsfield Elementary. First, I ask that you protect Title I schools by keeping our staff intact. Second, I would like to share a few reasons why cutting specials is going to be a harmful idea. Each year, we teach students that they need 60 minutes of physical activity in order to stay healthy. I am always alarmed by the number of students that are not getting this 60 minutes. Reducing PE time to 45 minutes a week will further push this decline in student activity, increasing the number of physical and mental health issues for students. Please consider your students' safety and health when making these cuts. To my last point, this is my first year working at only one school. I wish I had the time to share all of the cross-curricular opportunities that I have been able to add. I work at one of the smallest schools, interacting with almost 250 students as well as almost over 30 staff every day. Splitting PE teachers to multiple schools is asking us to build effective relationships with over 600 staff and students. Please consider this and do not cut PE time.
Thank you.
Abigail Humphrey, Yang Liu, Natalie Bonsack, Rachel Levy, and Aaron Levy. Abigail Humphrey says all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Yang Liu, Natalie Bonsack, Rachel Levy, and Aaron Levy. Yang Liu says all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Natalie Bonsack says all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Rachel Levy, Aaron Levy, Bing Yang, Christy Schaefer. Rachel Levy says it's clear that AAPS is in a serious financial situation. Kids' access to critical literacy, citizenship, and technology skills in school libraries with full-time professional librarians cannot be viewed as optional. The district cannot cut its way to better outcomes for kids and the district's long-term health. The AAPS pre-K through 12 grade school library program is fundamental to its mission. I'm writing to express my deep support for our AAPS school libraries staffed by professional full-time librarians. As you are likely well aware, school library programs fully staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. My children love the library and the wonderful librarian at Wines Elementary School. Their school library is where they are learning about responsible use of technology in age-appropriate ways and where through the stories and discussions with a professional full-time librarian, our kids can connect their personal experiences to stories of people near and far, deepening their understanding of the world. Aaron Levy, Bing Yang, Christy Schaefer, Foncia Bagshi. Aaron Levy says, I understand the budget proposal includes cutting full-time librarian positions, the decisions that would significantly reduce the quality of education at AAPS schools. I understand the serious budget situation, but I do not believe it is necessary or reasonable to cut full-time librarians at this time. I have 2 children that attend Wines Elementary. The full-time librarian at Wines has a huge positive impact on all the students at our school. She not only helps students find books they enjoy reading, she also educates them about critically important topics in our digital age, such as safe and responsible behavior on the internet, identifying fake news and misinformation online, and the importance of learning about other cultures and perspectives. Please do not make the hasty and misguided decision to cut our cherished full-time librarians. Next is Bing Yang, and then Christy Schaefer. Bing says, to cut the unnecessary administrative spending can save money while keeping the quality of the education. Teachers are one of the keys to gain the enrollments and keep the students in AA. Then Christy Schaefer.
Mr. Kalula, we have someone at the microphone. Who do we have there?
Christy Schaefer.
Yep, all right.
Go.
I'm an AAPS teacher, a Spanish teacher, and my 3 children are AAPS students at Pioneer High School. My husband and I are multilingual, and we speak our languages at our job every day. In my case, Spanish, Korean, and English, and in his case, Korean and English. I use my languages to not only perform the functions of my job, but also to connect with my students, a lot of them who are newcomer students to this country. We're not unique. Most of the world's population is multilingual. We would not have chosen AAPS for our own students as parents if Spanish and Chinese were not taught in elementary school. Language is a core subject in IB schools because knowing another language is the norm in the world. These classes don't just teach language acquisition, teach kids to speak another language, they also teach cultural competency. Among that is an ability to be more empathetic to other people, and I think we can all agree that we want our students to be more empathetic. We also are showing our multilingual students that we value them. Cutting these programs from some elementaries is not...
Sorry, that's your time.
Foncia Bagchi, Kiang Lu, Ekaterina Angelova, and Teresa Bircher.
My name is Fonsi Bagchi. I'm a senior at Huron High School. The 4 years in the band program have shaped my future. I've been awarded a full music scholarship covering my tuition and housing costs. This, combined with a Pell Grant, covers my full cost of college for 5 years and 2 degrees. I have this opportunity because my years at AAPS, supported by the full music teaching staff, a support for the current budget, robs students going forward. In the past days, I, along with others, have collected 600 testimony from 5th graders to grandparents that have been shared with the board, along with Superintendent Parks. In those 600 testimonies, love was mentioned 117 times, joy was mentioned 58 times, support was mentioned 76 times, and connection was mentioned 82 times. I encourage you to read the testimonies. Students want music, students need music. Their voices are here and they need to be heard. Read the testimonies. Thank you.
Kiang Lu, Ekaterina Angelova, Teresa Bircher, and Kieran Scott. Kiang says, today I heard that AAPS intended to cut the elementary world languages. As a parent of 2 kids, I want to say this plan is a big mistake to cut elementary world languages. Language is important for enhancing the bridges that separate our culture from others. Also is a tool that at early age will also help the development of young kids' brains. Both my kids had Chinese classes. They are currently in 3rd and 9th grade. Chinese is one of their favorite classes. Being bilingual has made them a better person who can understand, communicate with others. Please reverse this proposal. Our kids need world languages taught at all levels in AAPS. Ekaterina Angelova, Teresa Bircher, Kieran Scott, and Daniel Verdugo. Ekaterina writes, I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed cuts to the Ann Arbor Public Schools Elementary World Language Program. As a member of this community and a parent in a bilingual family, I urge the board to reconsider these cuts, which are in stark contrast with Ann Arbor Public Schools' core values of dignity, belonging, and well-being. These values should inform every decision we make, especially when it comes to shaping the educational experiences of our children. Early world language education is fundamental to promoting dignity among all students. Research consistently shows that learning a second language from a young age not only enhances cognitive abilities, but also affirms the inherent worth and potential of every child, regardless of their linguistic or cultural background, which is essential in a community as diverse as Ann Arbor. Moreover, early language education plays a critical role in fostering a sense of belonging among students from different cultural backgrounds. By learning about other languages and cultures, students develop a deeper appreciation. Teresa Bircher, Kieran Scott, Daniel Verdugo, and Emily Baywall. Teresa Bircher writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Kieran Scott, please help keep Spanish for elementary schools. Elementary school Spanish is important because it gives you a taste of a language you might want to do in the future. It is also a fun way to learn about other people and places. Daniel Verdugo, Emily Baywall, and Kieran Parka. Daniel writes, Dear trustees, the proposal to cut world languages at the elementary schools of our district is a big mistake that begs to be addressed. I am sure you appreciate the linguistic diversity of our school communities, where speakers of dozens of languages meet every day. AAPS ought to be a leader in the state of Michigan when it comes to language learning and multilingualism. Instead, we need to witness the dismantling of our world language programs. I exhort you to vote no to the proposed cuts in world languages and continue funding programs that value and promote multilingualism for all students. Emily Baywall.
Okay, so I want to take a second, and I could spelunk into the fact that I'm an art educator. I could tell you that I work at 82 STEAM with the most powerful group of people that I've ever had a chance to work with in my lifetime. But what I want to do is I want to make sure that I take a beat, and I want to thank Board Trustee Schmidt's bravery at last week's meeting for being the first on record to offer to cut 10% of her monthly salary. I am asking central administration, the district cabinet, and non-bargain directors to follow suit in cutting that same percentage of their annual salaries in order to make up for the deficit in funds to save the specials, pay TAs, and keep world language. You aren't allowed to wear the crown and only own the portion of that responsibility when it suits you. Part of being a true leader is willingness to humble yourself, knowing that you could have done different or better when you made a mistake. This is what we teach our students, that mistakes are okay. It's what you do with them and how you learn from them that shows your character. You are not an exception to the rule. This was your mistake, and you continue to not accept the consequences of your act.
Kieran Parka, Maria Cecilia Ostfield, and Joaquin Moore. Kieran writes, hello, my name is Kieran Parka, and I'm a junior at Pioneer High School. At the meeting on May 15th, there was a proposed action to reduce co-teachers in band and orchestra courses. While I realize staffing cuts must occur somewhere, I would like to strongly discourage the board from cutting teachers from the music programs. I have been a member of the Pioneer bands for the last 3 years and the Tappan bands for 3 years before that. And the music programs have had an overwhelmingly positive effect on my high school experience. While my positive experience is due to many factors, a large part of it has been due to our director and co-director. Our program is large, and as a freshman in one of the lower level bands, it was our co-director who I learned under and who made me feel that band was a place in which I could thrive. Having a co-director not only allows for increased student connection, but introduces a differing perspective and experience that allows our programs to become as great as you all know they are. Any staffing cuts to the music programs risk future students. Maria Cecilia Ostfeld, followed by Joaquin Moore and Wendy Goldberg. Maria writes, I am writing this letter to express my strong opposition to any cuts to funding for the middle and high school music programs. These programs are key to the academic, social, and emotional health of hundreds of AAPS students each year. I urge you to oppose cuts to the AAPS music programs, especially to staff. This strong opposition is based on 3 particular reasons. Strong music programs keep students in AAPS. At 2 points over the last 2 years, we considered leaving AAPS. Both times, our decision to stay was driven by the unique opportunities and support my child has found in the Scarlett Middle School and Huron High School band programs. These programs, and especially the Huron Band program, are unique because they offer multiple levels of strong music training in a school that can also offer a strong education in traditional subjects. Schools that specialize in arts education can offer strong music training, but not the strong education Huron and AAPS provides in other subjects. Many other areas. Joaquin Moore, followed by Wendy Goldberg.
Hello, my name is Joaquin Moore. I'm a senior at Huron High School, and I'm speaking to you as a 13-year student of AAPS and an 8-year student of the AAPS music program. I can confidently say that it has changed my life, and as I've grown from a child to a young adult, that I've had probably the best support under music of all the communities I've been a part of. I have built memories, friends, and many of my basic principles under these programs. I want future generations to have the same warm and welcoming experience available to them, and as much as I love directors, they couldn't do it alone. Already we have constant parent and student volunteering, working every week to keep these programs afloat, doing uniforms, music, and other activities. A few years ago, we lost one of our staff, Pete Goodman, and I don't think anyone knew how much he did until a team of 15 people had to take over his job. If it hasn't already been made clear, these faculty are teaching hundreds of kids a subject that they need and love, and I urge you to keep it. Thank you.
Wendy Goldberg, Adelaide Lancaster, Corey Zhao, and Nicole Afton. Wendy writes, we understand that the Ann Arbor Public School Board is examining strategies for meeting current financial challenges. As grandparents of an AAPS 6th grader, we're writing to express concern about any plan for less than fully staffed full-time librarians in all schools. As the parents of 2 sons and 4 grandchildren, we know the critical role librarians play in the academic development of children from kindergarten through high school. Librarians are the information specialists in the school setting. While their skill set and mission dovetail with other faculty, no teacher, however talented, can replace what a librarian offers the entire school body, students, teachers, and administrators alike. Librarians are content inquiry and programming experts in arenas necessary for student success, no matter the student's eventual field of endeavor. Librarians are an essential component of the fabric of any high-performing educational system. Diminishing the reach of librarians in the AAPS system would erode. Adelaide Lancaster, Corey Zhao, Nicole Afton, and Sila Osveld Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Adelaide Lancaster. I am a parent at Pittsfield and at Scarlett. And I am here tonight as one of more than 400 parents who are urging more cuts from the top. Teacher pay has been frozen for nearly a decade, while district admin pay has continued to rise. We all know that parapros and TAs do not make a livable wage. With a pay cut for our highest paid workers, the district could more equitably offset this burden of this crisis. We are asking you not just to listen, but to please justify why our highest paid employees cannot manage a small pay cut to save our student-facing staff. Thank you.
Corey Zhao, Nicole Afton, Sila Osveld Hernandez, and Amy Weaver. Corey Zhao writes, as the president of the Burns Park Elementary PTO and mother of a 4th grade penguin, I have some concerns about the proposed budget cuts related to PLTW and specials. There's a lot of speculation, and I would like some clarification as to how this will work. Burns Park is literally bursting at its seams. We don't have any space for a PLTW room. If PLTW becomes its own special, where are we supposed to house it? We use our auditorium for lunch and for instructional music rehearsals. We don't even have a resource room. It's actually an office. If you're expecting PLTW to continue in the classroom during teacher planning time, where are our teachers supposed to do their planning? If our specialist teachers are being asked to move between different schools, when will our music and theater teachers have time to work on set and costume design for our third grade musical? When is our art teacher supposed to hang art in the hallways, and will she have the time to set up for art in the park? Will our gym teachers still have time to monitor and maintain the playground accessories? Nicole Afton, Sila Osfield Hernandez, Amy Weaver, and Lara Haupt. Nicole writes, elementary students need full-time librarians. Many kids have opportunities to read at home or have an innate passion for reading. Many kids do not have that privilege. Many kids need to learn how to enjoy reading with a full-time librarian who knows and loves them. If we care about early literacy at all at AAPS, we will find a way to keep full-time librarians in elementary school. Sila Osfeld Hernandez, Amy Weaver, Lara Haupt, and Judy Eveler. Sila writes, I am writing to inform you about my concern about Mr. Rodriguez's position as a co-teacher in the band program. The band has been instrumental in my journey in middle and high school. The band is the primary, if not the only reason I chose to remain in Ann Arbor Public Schools. It has significantly contributed to my mental well-being and has driven me to continually better myself and reach new heights. Mr. Rodriguez is crucial to the success of the band program. With 63 students per class, 4 bands, along with the guitar and jazz band, it is simply impossible for one teacher to manage all of these responsibilities alone. The support and opportunities we receive from having both Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Ash are priceless. For example, experiences such as the trip to Spain and various gigs for the jazz band would not be possible without Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Ash. They are both exceptional teachers who inspire and motivate me and many others to push our limits and achieve excellence. Mr. Ash is already overextended, and without Mr. Rodriguez, the quality and effectiveness of the program crumble. Amy Weaver, Lara Haupt, Judy Eveler, and John Perry. Amy Weaver, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Lara Haupt, do not cut specials. These classes are not disposable. Find another solution to the budget problems. AAPS commitment to elementary specials and the fantastic specials teachers who were part of our school community full-time contributed enormously to my kids' achievements and happiness. They have contributed in choir, art, world language, and creative writing at Pioneer. My senior will be following her dream to study German, creative writing, and education at U of M this fall. My sophomore loves choir and art and plans a future in those areas as well. Special classes and teachers have been critical in helping my kids become who they are today. Please preserve these excellent programs for future students. Judy Eveler, John Perry, and Tanaz Guvatachian. Judy writes, I would like to express my support for our AAPS school libraries. My child loves the Eberwhite Library Media Center and Mrs. Shakira Player. Mrs. Player is a wonderful librarian who goes out of her way to connect with the students and provides them with books that might open doors for them and connect them to the broader world. I know how fundamental it is for students to have equitable access to libraries fully staffed at their schools. Some students might not have the privilege of being taken to a public library in the community. The school library may be their only access to such an important place of learning, wonder, and education. If you take away a professional librarian from the school, you start to erode significant learning opportunities for these children. Children find heroes and heroines in the pages of their school library books that let them know what they're going through is normal. They're welcome to their full selves at libraries, and they can see that they're not alone. Our librarians are essential to a well-rounded education. Our students need to feel safe. John Perry and Tanaz Guvatachian. John writes, your accounting has been negligent in the tune of $14 million. Your hirings as enrollment decreased bespeak terrible judgment. Your decision to follow the advice of an accountant, a simple money guy, to solve the problems your ineptitude has created by ripping off the Band-Aid and cutting $25 million in a year just as soon as you can shows you to be bereft of imagination and humanity, which are much greater faults. You couldn't pay the teachers you had 5 years ago what you promised, let alone what they deserved, and you still keep hiring. Now teachers who may not be the freshest friendly faces or the most energetic or even the most healthy are worried that their 25+ years of hard work towards a modest retirement might be for naught, or at least no better than what Social Security might have offered. This is true despite many teachers generally not being paid for a huge portion of the work they do. My favorite teacher, for example, has lived half of her life spending holidays, weekends, evenings, vacations, apologizing for missing events of all kinds because of the demands of grading papers.
Tanis Givachian, Lydia Mitchell, Ellie Wen, Krista Johnson, Lauren Hutchins. Tanis Wright. I'm horrified to hear that AAPS is considering eliminating our incredible librarians. Our librarian at Wines Elementary, Rachel Goldberg, is one of the most amazing teachers and educators I have ever met. Losing her would be an absolute disaster for Wines Elementary and negatively impact our children's education. This is my first year at Ann Arbor Public Schools. Previously, we were at a Montessori school. I am already anxious about the budget cuts and now how that will impact our students next year. But if we were to lose Rachel Goldberg, I would strongly consider leaving the district and going back to private school. Having a full-time librarian is a basic need for all our students and should not be eliminated. Next is Lydia Mitchell, then Ellie Wen.
Good evening. My name is Lydia Mitchell. I'm a parent and PTO e-board member at Carpenter Elementary. I'm here to insist that cutting from the top must be a first priority. You've already pushed cuts to pay on our parapros and cut building subs across the board. Why not consider a pay cut at the administrative level? Just a 5% pay cut of the directors and the cabinet would bring $380,000 in cuts, enough to save world languages. Make that 10%, that's another $400,000. If you took the top, just the top paid coordinators, you could come up with almost $750,000. Instead of nickel and diming our student-facing programs, take cuts at the administrative level where the mistakes took place. And all these people would still keep their jobs, which is more than we can say for the specials teachers who run their specials, run our drive line, put up art and music in our buildings, support our students from the beginning of the day till the end of the day. Thank you.
Ellie Wen, Krista Johnson, Lauren Hutchins, and David Wilkins. Ellie writes, hello, my name is Ellie Wen, and I'm a 7th grader at Clegg Middle School. I, like many other students attending Clegg Middle School, believe that you should not fire our assistant teachers, directors, or any other teaching staff member. The teachers do their job very well, and without Mr. Pacala, we would not have a jazz band program. Removing the jazz band, PLTW, and other programs is a disservice to the students of APS. We are here in the schools to learn and be educated for brighter futures and to make lasting positive impacts in the society. Removing and firing these teachers will harm the students. Please take this into consideration. Next is Krista Johnson, Lauren Hutchins, David Wilkins, and Anna Solomon. Krista writes, I am writing to express my support for our AAPS libraries. I love the library and the librarian, Mrs. Burrell, at King Elementary because she inspires children to reach for the stars through exploring literature. She introduces students to different genres and encourages them to explore them further on their own. I've been volunteering weekly in the King Library for 5 years and have personally seen over and over again Mrs. Burrell's invaluable influence on the students. Research has shown that school library programs staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Our school libraries directly support approximately 6,000 students per day. Our librarians make sure students have access to books that are windows, mirrors, and doors that allow them to see themselves in the broader world. Our librarians also teach critical 21st century research and information literacy skills. Reconsider your plan to cut library FTE at our elementary buildings. These programs are an essential part of a well-rounded education. Next is Lauren Hutchins, David Wilkins, Anna Solomon, and Julie Wilson. Lauren writes, Dear AAPS Board of Education Trustees and Superintendent Parks, I'm writing to ask that you reconsider your plan to cut library FTE at our elementary schools. I know that our librarians do far more than foster curiosity for learning through books. They teach digital information literacy, online safety, and critical thinking, and a wealth of other skills that are crucial for our kids to be able to navigate our digital world now and in their future. They are also essential in cultivating a sense of belonging for all of our kids by ensuring they feel seen in their library's collections and opening their minds to other perspectives, lived experiences, and backgrounds through the diverse collections they curate. And they do this with deep love for their students. I volunteer at my son's elementary school library for about an hour every month, and over the course of the year, I have observed our librarian prepare students for taking standardized testing, troubleshoot any number of tech issues with their Chromebooks that have become a standard part of instruction, initiate replacing dozens of titles in our library's collection to expand diversity in authors, characters, cultures, and themes. Next is David Wilkins, Anna Solomon, Julie Wilson, and Anna Sampson. David writes, all APS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Anna Solomon, I am writing to share my serious concern about the possibility of eliminating full-time librarian positions at AAPS elementary schools. As a current trustee for the Ann Arbor District Library, I passionately believe that libraries and the librarians who curate and care for them are one of the most precious resources. We need full-time librarians in every elementary school to effectively maintain these essential community spaces. I know the district needs to make deep cuts, but please do not cause potentially irreparable harm to our library program. Please protect our public school libraries and librarians. Next is Julie Wilson, Anna Sampson, Crystal Bissell, and Sasha DeMoss. Julie writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Anna Sampson, I am the parent of 2 children enrolled at AAPS, a 6th grader at Forsyth Middle School and a kindergartner at Wines Elementary School. I believe in public schools. Both of my parents were public school educators, and I am the product of a public school education. In AAPS, I have been a school volunteer and donor and have consistently supported our teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, and other school staff. The success of AAPS relies on all of these professionals. I am deeply concerned by the budget crisis facing AAPS, but the solution to this crisis cannot come at the expense of our school communities. Elementary school librarians are the bedrock of literacy and school success. They are essential community members, and to facilitate that level of community, they must be fully embedded in a school full-time. Both of my children have benefited immensely from school librarians. When my oldest was in Young Fives at Hazley, Miss Rent taught them how to read. Miss Goldberg at Wines is the center of the school, literally and figuratively. She is not a special. Crystal Bissell.
My name is Crystal, and I have 3 students at AAPS from elementary to high school, including one with an IEP. We chose AAPS 8 years ago for its teachers. We stayed for the languages, we stayed for the music, we stayed for the amazing staff we've had the pleasure to work with. We stayed for the incredible team of individuals working with my youngest on her IEP. We stayed for the teachers. We thought about leaving because of the district's inability to keep enough staff to adequately deal with IEPs. The staff my daughter works with are fantastic and fantastically overworked. They are carrying close to maximum caseloads, if not more, because the district fails to live up to its promises. We thought about leaving because the district promotes a shroud of secrecy when dealing with problems that arise and only tells families something when they absolutely must. Please don't promise that you're looking out for IEPs and then say you're cutting salary to those we desperately need. Don't promise you're looking out for students and then cut programming that enriches their education. Show the teachers, the parents, and the students that your actions will back up your words.
Next is Sasha DeMoss, Ann Miller, Stephen Samford, and Maria Laberto. Sasha says, A petition to reverse the recommendation to eliminate the elementary world language program has been signed by over 800 community members in 48 hours. Elementary world language differentiates APS from the surrounding districts, and by almost entirely removing the program, you will cause long-term enrollment consequences far greater than the short-term meager benefit of $400,000. The district will especially struggle to compete with the 3 nearby districts who begin to offer world language between kindergarten and 2nd grade. Interim Superintendent Parks, you stated in your recent email that you stopped budget eliminations at $20.4 million to reduce impacts felt by students. We can think of no greater impact to elementary students than cutting almost entire program that cultivates empathy, cultural understanding, and sets up its students for college readiness and academic success. Respectively, please reconsider. Sasha DeMoss, Pamela Block-Fine, and 800-plus community members. Ann Miller, Stephen Samford, Maria Laberteau, Ryan Burns. All AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Stephen Samford, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Maria Laberteau, all APS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Ryan Burns, Dina Heller, Tao Wong, and Lori Shirilla. Ryan says, all APS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. It makes them responsible adults and attracts students to our district. Dina Heller. Miss Erin Lillifors at Pioneer is a gem, and there is no way that Pioneer bands can function without her. She is kind, unbelievably compassionate, and helpful, an amazing teacher, and her love of music, as well as her students, are second to none. The thought of the band program continuing without her is unfathomable. She has made such a huge difference in both of my kids' lives, and I can't even begin to express how huge a loss this would be. All APS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Tao Hong,
Hi.
Lori Shirilla.
My name is Tao Huang. I'm a mother of a 9th grade student at Huron High School. I usually hate to do public speaking because I don't want to reveal my broken English. But today I feel strong urge to speak up, no matter how broken my English is. While we understand the difficulty our school district is facing, but I'm so shocked to hear that one of the solutions that our Board of Education come up with was to eliminate world languages at elementary level and music program and other wonderful programs that our school district provides. Teaching world language at the elementary level is so crucial to foster global citizenship and get our kids to be more prepared for the increasingly interconnected world. I want to shout out to all AAPS teachers. They are amazing educators. I especially feel connected to our Chinese teachers at Huron High School, Mr. Ma and Ms. Wu. They are not only fantastic teachers in teaching my son Chinese at school, but also helping me understanding the school system that I have clueless in the language that I understand. So please don't cut the language program.
Thank you. That's your time.
Lori Shirilla, Aaron Kuno, Catherine Chang, Chloe Cecina. Lori writes, my name is Lori Shirilla, and I'm writing to express my support for our APS school libraries staffed by professional full-time librarians. In particular, I would like to speak to our family's personal experience at Wines Elementary School. For the last 2 years, I volunteered in Ms. Goldberg's classroom. I've seen firsthand the positive influence she has had on individual students and our school. In addition to teaching critical 21st century research and information literacy skills, I've seen Ms. Goldberg inspire kids to be more compassionate, more inspired, more seen. She has personally helped pick out books for my children that they actually wanted to read. That is something I have seen her do for many students. A love of books, of reading, is what she is teaching our children. Next time you open a good book, thank the teacher or librarian that inspired you to open it. For many students at Wines, that person will be Ms. Goldberg. Next is Aaron Kuno, Catherine Chang, Chloe Cecina, and Catherine McKenna.
Good evening. My name name is Aaron J. Puno. I'm a 2023 graduate of this very building here. I am the man today thanks to AAPS teachers like Jack Wagner and Debbie Fitzgerald and our AAPS comprehensive music education. I rise this evening with a question. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I've been away from the Ann Arbor Public Schools for just about a year now. What in the hell have you done while I've been gone? Things were fine when I left, except we all know they were not. And I'm appalled, Mr. President, by the fact that we are being forced to actively consider budget cuts this drastic. I am appalled that this crisis was allowed to fester by that previous administration. I am appalled that our leadership are actively and frankly heartlessly considering laying off 141 Ann Arbor Public Schools teachers and staff members. Let me tell you, we are nothing without our teachers and our staff. So end the games. I end with 2 words. I vote.
Catherine Chang, Chloe Cecina, Catherine McKenna, and Sam Dameron. Catherine Chang, all APS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Please also refer the open letter in support of music co-teachers sent to Ms. Parks and the Board of Education.
Hello, my name is Chloe Cecina. I'm a current junior at Huron High School. I wanted to speak to the board tonight about the proposal to cut co-directors from the AAPS music programs. I cannot imagine a band experience without our co-director, Mr. Rodriguez. His mentorship, care, compassion, and support have made a huge difference to me and the other students. Due to his encouragement, I have become much more confident in myself as a musician and a person because he believed in me even when I didn't. Both he and Mr. Ash have created an open, supportive environment where students can go to them with anything, knowing that the teacher will be there for us, whether it's just joking around or lifting us up when we've had bad days. It will be impossible to maintain the quality of the music programs if you cut the co-directors. There's so much more that goes into these communities than simply teaching classes, and it's possible for only one teacher to do it all. Laying off music co-directors is not the way to reduce spending. To do so would destroy thousands of students' experiences in communities across the district. This would be a devastating loss that AAPS will not be able to recover from. I ask you, please do not cut music co-directors from their programs. Thank you.
Catherine McKenna, Sam Dameron, Daniel Schlossberg, and Shihong Su. Catherine writes, I am writing to express my support for AAPS library programs. My child loves the library at Wines Elementary School because of the extraordinary librarian, Rachel Goldberg. Rachel is a constant force of good in my children's lives, teaching them about important issues, fairness, history, and inclusion. The loss of Miss Goldberg would be an absolute travesty to the Wines community. We love our librarians, and library specials must be preserved at the elementary level. Rachel Goldberg is an absolute gem, and we are so lucky to have her. Sam Dameron, Daniel Schlossberg, Shihong Su, and Micah Jacobson. Sam writes, I am writing to express my full support of our AAPS school libraries, staffed by professional full-time librarians. As a parent in the AAPS community, I do not appreciate the opacity regarding the discussion of eliminating full-time librarian positions. Innumerable pedagogical studies have shown that school library programs fully staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Our AAPS library programs fulfill and exceed the objective of preparing students to be academically successful. Our libraries are busy centers of inquiry-driven learning where classroom skills are reinforced and new ideas are explored. AAPS libraries are a unique place where the enduring love for the written word and a foundation in information literacy is cultivated. Notably, they also double as a space for our students to be welcomed as their full selves. Welcoming spaces for kids of all ages and backgrounds is part of the AAPS philosophy and school library. Daniel Schlossberg, Shihong Su, Micah Jacobson, and Christine Payne.
Hi, I'm speaking for Daniel Schlossberg, who had to take his kids home so they could be well rested for their track meet tomorrow. I have lived in Germany, where every student learns German, French, English, and then a foreign language. I have raised my kids in Hong Kong, where they learn Cantonese, Mandarin, English, German, French, and Spanish. Here at Ann Arbor Public Schools, my kids learn English and Spanish. I understand we have a budget shortfall. I understand cuts are needed. Let's not remove all foreign language instruction from the magic decade when students' brains are most capable of learning new languages. Thank you.
Shi Hong Su, Micah Jacobson, Christine Payne, and Nathan Wang. Shi Hong Su says, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Micah Jacobson. Good evening, I'm speaking as a four-year member. I'm speaking as a four-year member and current leader of the Pioneer High School band program. Throughout my time in high school, I have found no place more welcoming, supportive, and believe it or not, educational than the Pioneer bands. I understand that the board is facing some tough decisions to make, but I'm here to tell you that reducing funding for any of the Ann Arbor Public Schools music programs is a grave mistake. Here are some of my biggest takeaways from my music education at Pioneer. 1, my best friends in high school have come from band. 2, my music experience at Pioneer has inspired me to pursue a music performance minor at Princeton University in the fall, and my acceptance to said university is largely due to my time in band. 3, I have learned many lifelong lessons and skills from band that aren't specific to music: giving, receiving, constructive criticism, leadership, teamwork, and communication, just to name a few. So where does the district support and funding play into this? I can't imagine my band experience without having my assistant director readily available. Christine Payne.
Yes, I'm Christine Payne. I'm the mom of 3 musicians who've benefited greatly by the hard work of Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Smith in orchestra as well. And all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Huron doesn't have just one band and one orchestra. We have 6 well-established bands, including the very successful jazz band and a marching band, and 4 orchestras. In order to minimize impacts on our students' programs in the classroom, we need to maintain the current level of support in the music department. Directors and co-directors already are working very hard to make the opportunities to connect with students to help them with all the aspects of becoming successful members of the ensembles. The music department is a valuable asset that draws students to our school. If we want the district to be more attractive, we should maintain the current support for this amazing program that's been working remarkably well, and it has been such a great advertisement for the district. Thank you.
Nathan Leon, Christopher Matthews, Janet Yang, and Marietta McGraw. Nathan writes, my name is Nathan Leon, and I'm the president of the Huron High School Band Board, as well as a proud alumnus of the Clegg Middle School and Logan Elementary School music programs. As a senior who has played and served lead roles in top AAPS music ensembles for 7+ years, I can unequivocally say that co-directors are essential to running a successful music program. With this, I am incredibly distressed and frustrated that your 2024-2025 budget proposal is taking them to the cutting board. Over the past 4 years, our co-director at Huron, Mr. Evaristo Rodriguez, has served as the head marching instructor for our 180+ member marching band. As drum major, I have witnessed firsthand how this incredible expertise has transformed weak, disorganized formations at a first rehearsal to extraordinarily tight performances on the field in a matter of days. While our head director, Mr. Ash, is busy at work in the office organizing district-wide events, processing heaps of paperwork, Christopher Matthews, Janet Yang, Marietta McGraw, and James Freudenberg. Christopher Matthews says all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Janet Yang.
Dear BOE, my name is Janet Yang, and I'm a student council member at Clegg Middle School. I know you will vote very soon, and I hope you will make a wise decision to leading our community in the right direction. Before you vote, please ask yourself these yes or no questions. And audience, I need you to participate too. Yes or no, question number 1. Cutting programs will help increase student enrollments. Yes or no, question number 2. The best way to appreciate teachers on Teacher Appreciation Day is by laying off teachers. Yes or no? Question number 3. The best way to celebrate AAPI month is by cutting elementary world language programs, including Chinese language. Yes or no? Question number 4. Laying off teachers at a wealthy district is the only way to solve today's budget problems. Thank you, BOE, for hearing our answers loud and clear. I hope you will make the correct choices when you vote.
Marietta McGraw, James Freudenberg, Ari Raucher, and Ryan Daniels. Marietta McGraw.
Before you start, could I give you hard copy of the petition by the 2 parents mentioned previously in the commentary? So the petition has reached 1,118 signatures. Thank you. My name is Marietta McGraw, and I teach Spanish at Ann Arbor Open School. The elementary world language program needs to remain, and it needs to remain intact. Research shows that in order to acquire a language, it is better to start early. The early exposure to a second language has numerous benefits. We need to be talking about expanding the program, not eliminating it. Superintendent Parks, can you clarify if the community survey was translated into the 75 plus languages represented in Ann Arbor Public Schools? And that's Superintendent Just Parks and trustees. I believe that you as leaders in this community and our elementary world language department share the same set of values, which are empathy, tolerance, and inclusion. Do not cut the elementary world language program. Do not let us down. Do not let your community down. And please do not cut the pay for the TAs. Thank you.
James Freudenberg, Ari Raucher, Ryan Daniels, Christine Clark. James writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Ari Raucher.
Esteemed board members and Superintendent Parks, thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Ari Rauscher. I'm a special education teacher and a parent at Ann Arbor Open. Taking a second language from kindergarten was meaningful and impactful to me. It reinforced values of taking perspectives and loving people for our differences, not just our commonalities. It helped me with reading my first language while I was learning to speak my second, but that was 40 years ago. In Marietta's Spanish class at Ann Arbor Open today, my daughter has learned to love speaking Spanish and regularly comes home to tell us things she has learned. Marietta has opened a world to her that her parents has not exposed her to. And as my daughter heads into 5th grade, I'm saddened that this will be interrupted. At $400,000, keeping world language is a small price for allowing thousands of our youngest children to continue to have these experiences. And as long as I have you, it is shameful what we pay TAs and parapros here. All of you up on the stage know that it is. You know what they do for our most vulnerable children. They are a lifeline. Even if the $3 an hour increase this past year was too low, make permanent the increase, and then give TAs and parapros another raise and another and another and another.
Ryan Daniels, Christine Clark, Noah Archibald, and Liam Archibald. Ryan writes, Dear AAPS Board, I'm a Clegg Middle School band student. I think you should not fire Mr. Pakela, our band co-director, because when I've talked to people about this, almost everyone said that he is one of the best conductors they've had, and he is a very nice guy and loves teaching all the students he has.
Yeah.
Also, he has been a co-director for 5 years and deserves longer, and he is on his way to becoming a permanent director because of how great he is. Christine Clark, Noah Archibald, Liam Archibald, and Stephanie Christensen. Christine Clark writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Noah?
Okay, let's start off with this. Where the heck are you going? You cannot cut music teachers. I'm sorry. That's just a no. Mr. Pakela is too hardworking to be laid off. There's a man right there. You see him? He's a cool man. He's a nice guy. He's caring. You ain't gonna cut that man. He's too hardworking to be cut off. Look, nuh-uh. All the students love him. He loves his students. He's hardworking. I'm not asking you to reconsider. I'm telling you. So, reconsider this. Also, let's not lay off world language. Well, come on, what are we gonna do? What the hell are we gonna do when we grow up? We gotta go to another country not knowing the language? What are we gonna do? Know one language, English? I mean, yeah, lots of people speak it, but we need to know another language. Thank you for considering this. Good night.
Liam Archibald, Stephanie Christensen, Catherine Jones, and Mike McWilliams. Liam? Liam writes, Dear AAPS, please do not fire my band co-director, Mr. Pakela. He does a really important job and teaches all the band students at Clegg Middle School. Without him, Mr. MacArthur would have too many students to teach. He deserves to teach longer at Clegg Middle School. He plays a vital role in band. Without him in the band program at Clegg Middle School, we will not be nearly as good as it is now. He is kind to all the students and his colleague, Mr. MacArthur. Please reconsider this decision. Also, please do not cut world languages in elementary schools. My Spanish teacher at Logan Elementary School, Senora Webb, was one of my best Spanish teachers I've ever had. Learning a language in elementary school gives you a big boost for languages in middle and high schools. Stephanie Christensen, Catherine Jones, Mike McWilliams, and Rachel Jensen. Stephanie writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Catherine Jones. I write as an AAPS teacher, a parent of 2 AAPS graduates, and the host parent of 4 foreign exchange students, each of whom spent an academic year in the AAPS. I encourage district leadership in the strongest terms to find alternatives to dismantling of the foreign language and specials programs, particularly library FTE at the elementary level. It is through literacy in its varied forms that students learn about all the world has to offer them and what they might bring to it in return. Amassing skill in language is how we come to understand that there are other human beings whose experiences mirror our own. This builds empathy and helps us to know we are part of a collective. Amassing skill in language is also how we learn that others have ideas that are different from our own. This is how we acquire a sense of perspective and humility. It's no exaggeration to suggest that seeding and nurturing these understandings among our youngest students is essential to our very survival as a civilization. Mike McWilliams, Rachel Jensen, and Helen Bunch. Mike writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Rachel Jensen.
Hello, trustees. I am a teacher and a parent in the district, and we have a very top-heavy district. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. Yet cuts proposed affect our TAs who don't even make a living wage, $20,000 for a full-time job. I mean, come on, where are we? Cutting time to art, PE, library, and music, co-teachers in instrumental music and world languages. I thought this was Ann Arbor, an international city, home of the largest art fair in the country. Didn't our music teachers win a Grammy or something? How many of our students won't get a chance to sit on that stage right there without that early exposure to arts curriculum. Okay, please don't forget who we are as a community. Cutting unfilled positions at central office is not enough. I'm angered but not surprised that people making the plan are not sharing in the sacrifice. Since they haven't taken accountability for the financial crisis that they caused, we are still waiting. Trustees, I urge you to put pressure on the district to revise the plan.
Thank you.
Helen Bunch, Yuxel Gurr, Leslie McWilliams, and Alan Cuckoo. Helen writes, I have worked as a high school art teacher at Pioneer High School for 20 years. I am privileged to help kids prepare a strategy for a life path that embraces their creativity. I've been teaching art long enough to see how a few trends move through the student population. I've seen how attention spans have diminished and how students struggle to live more with anxiety and depression. It is noticeable how hand skills have gone down as gaming skills have gone up. It is a tragedy that the Ann Arbor Public Schools is considering diluting the opportunities that arts offer, specifically the visual arts. While most students might not continue on to become working artists, we do prepare them for the ability to visualize and work materials that they will need to manipulate regardless of the field that they choose to endeavor in. Some students will find themselves directly in the arts or in the trades or portraying transferable skills in a way that is yet to be determined. Regardless of career path, the foundational skills of creating designs begin with scissor skills, mixing paint, brush control, and manipulating clay. It is an added perk that the art class brings it all together. Next is Yuxel Gurr, Leslie McWilliams, Alan Cuckoo, and Stephanie McCarty. All AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Teaching staffing cut is never an acceptable solution. Leslie McWilliams, Alan Cuckoo, and Stephanie McCarty. All AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Alan Cuckoo, Stephanie McCarty, Andrea Wang, and Sarah Pitzmeyer. Alan writes, as an AAPS parent, I want to thank you for minimizing the impact to the student's classroom experience by keeping class sizes limits to what is written in the AAEA contract and not utilizing split grade level classes. As my child spends the majority of the day in the classroom, I need this experience to continue to be positive. Also, thank you for not cutting the IB programming that we love dearly and helps our child thrive. Next is Stephanie McCarty, Andrea Wang, Sarah Pitzmeyer, and Alex Belhaj. Stephanie writes, I'm writing to express my support for our AAPS libraries. My child loves the Miss Rents at Hazley. She has been a huge influence on my son and his love for reading. It would be a huge disservice to our community if she were to leave. Research has shown that school library programs staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Our school libraries directly support approximately 6,000 students per day. Our librarians make sure students have access to books that are windows, mirrors, and doors that allow them to see themselves in the broader world. Our librarians also teach critical 21st century research and information literacy skills. Reconsider your plan to cut library FTE at our elementary buildings. These programs are an essential part of a well-rounded education. Next is Andrea Huang, Sarah Pitzmeyer, Alex Belhaj, and Sonia Shelgakar. Andrea writes, please consider cutting the salaries of full-time director positions. The amount of money they made, plus the raises they've gotten over the last 10 years, is ridiculous. We need our student-facing staff. If you are concerned about the quality of APS schools, having full-time specialist teachers like our amazing librarian, shout out to Rachel Goldberg at Wines Elementary, are needed. Specialist teachers are more than just someone to teach an hour of class. They provide relationships, mentoring, and so much more when they are at one school for the whole day. Please cut more from the top. Teachers should not be penalized for the prior administration's mismanagement of funds. Next is Sarah Pitzmeyer, Alex Belhaj, Sonia Shelgakar, and Sonia Chawla. Sarah writes, I am writing today as a parent of a young fiver at Wines Elementary, urging you to not cut salaries or positions for parapros and other student-facing teaching and support staff. My child has a disability, and without the staunch support of a parapro this year, he never would have been able to fulfill his right to a public education. Without his beloved Mrs. Welzenbach, he would have foundered, setting himself up for a lifetime of wondering if school just wasn't for him. Instead, he has truly flourished and grown beyond our wildest dreams. We owe it all to his teacher and his parapro who have made a difference in his whole life trajectory. The district is already desperately short on parapros and aides, and we cannot afford to slash salaries or slots for these positions. Under your current budget cut plan, our most vulnerable students will suffer. Please make more cuts to the top in administrative positions before you consider touching these undersung heroes of our educational system from doing their amazing work with students each and every day. Thank you. Next is Alex Belhaj, Sonia Shulgakar, Sonia Chawla, and Lauren De Silva. As a graduate of the APS system and community member, I'm writing to urge you to keep the elementary school librarians employed at their full-time position. I understand that a current budget proposal involves a 20% cut to school libraries and would result in the elimination of full-time librarians in the elementary schools. This is unacceptable in my view. It is deeply problematic that the AAPS is now in a budget crisis. What led to this? I do not support the proposed plan to hire the Bernstein law firm to sue social media companies for distracting school-aged children in order to generate more revenue. This does not seem like a good use of education funds, and it sounds quite risky. I urge the board to explore more practical and less risky options to solve the budget crisis. Librarians play a vital role in our schools. They provide support to the already overburdened teaching staff, connect students with a diverse array of books, music, and other media that reflect the students' identities and experiences, and importantly, may challenge their preconceived notions. They help open up worlds of knowledge and imagination. Next is Sonia Shulgakar, Sonia Chawla, Lauren De Silva, and Kate Gusiak-Galvin. Sonia writes, all APS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education.
Okay, at AAPS, the mission is giving our students the highest quality of education, a sentiment that a number of weeks ago, Board President Feaster put in his op-ed in the Detroit Free Press. The planned changes to specials and world language, frankly, are out of line with the district's mission. To point, a sixth grader pointed out earlier that she and 3 peers from Angel left the district for Green Hills when she came up and provided her commentary to the board. More of that will happen if you don't preserve specials in world languages. As many have mentioned, all of these student-facing cuts are the cost of saving many director positions in central administration. Only one central administration director is being cut, whereas nearly 100 teachers are. We all know what teachers do. What do directors in central administration do? Well, I asked, and the only response I got is that they make decisions. Well, if their entire job is to make decisions, and decisions made at central administration got us into this budget crisis, then it's only logical that maybe they shouldn't be making decisions anymore. Concentrate the cuts.
Thank you. That's your time.
Lauren De Silva, Kate Cusiak-Galvin, Carolyn Lowe, and Claire Bouchard. Lauren writes, Elementary World Language Program. Kate Cusiak-Galvin, Carolyn Lowe, Claire Bouchard, Sarah Winter. Kate writes, I'm writing to express my support for our AAPS libraries. My child loves the library, Ms. Goldberg at Wines, because she provides an unmatched resource to my child's education and enriches his and his peers' learning. She is a wonderful librarian that shows dedication beyond her craft and is accepting and welcoming to all types of students. Research has shown that school library programs staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Our school libraries directly support approximately 6,000 students per day. Our librarians make sure students have access to books that are windows, mirrors, and doors that allow them to see themselves in the broader world. Our librarians also teach critical 21st century research and information literacy skills. Reconsider your plan to cut library FTE at our elementary buildings. These programs are an essential part of a well-rounded education. Carolyn Lowe, Claire Bouchard, Sarah Winter, and Catherine Archibald. Carolyn writes, reducing performing arts faculty in AAPS would not only harm the quality and reputation of AAPS overall, it would particularly harm the students whose only point of contact with music is their school program. Ann Arbor is currently a place where a student can truly become an outstanding musician regardless of their background and family resources. If teachers are stretched too thin, they simply won't have the ability to devote enough attention to the kids who need it, and that opportunity will go away. Continuing to staff our performing arts programs appropriately is an equity issue. Claire Bouchard, Sarah Winter, Catherine Archibald, and Gabrielle Campos Derhem. Claire says, the termination of librarians in your proposed budget amendment would harm our children and stunt their academic growth. A school librarian is a stalwart of academic achievement. More than 50 years of research across more than 60 studies show that students with access to well-resourced school libraries with certified librarians consistently perform better academically and score higher on standardized assessments. My understanding is that enrollment attrition is partially to blame for the district's budget crisis. Cutting down the pillars necessary for their success, such as a skilled librarian, will only further ensure continued decline in your numbers. Parents will begin to seek alternative educational opportunities should you not be able to supply them with what they deserve. Our tax burden as Ann Arborites is high. We choose to live here in part because it funds a stellar school. Your choice to cut resources for our children will make our family, and I'm sure others, rethink future enrollment and continuing to live, pay taxes in the district. I hope you reconsider the plan to cut more academic resources. Next is Sarah Winter, Catherine Archibald, Gabriella Campos Derhem, and Lily Chu.
Hello, my name is Sarah Bennett Winter. I have a lot more here than I can really say, but I sent it to your inboxes, so I hope you'll read it there. I'll summarize my comments. I've been a parent in this district for 19 years now and a teacher for 15. I currently teach elementary art. Please demand that elementary students across this district continue to receive 60 minutes per week of art, music, physical education, and library. It actually should be possible to add PLTW without reducing this minimum guaranteed amount of art, music, PE, and library. 4 times 60 equals 240. Because elementary students get 330 minutes of total special time, this leaves 90 minutes per week in which Project Lead the Way could easily fit. This would still be a cut to the arts, taking away what is currently humanities time, so please be honest about that. There seems to be a low level of understanding about my subject area and about elementary specials in general. Please feel free to ask me.
Next is Catherine Archibald, Gabriella Campos Derhem, Lily Chu, and Jordan Ludwig.
Hi there, my name is Catherine Archibald. I'm an AAPS parent of 2 Plague middle schoolers. As you vote on your budget plan for next year, I urge you not to lay off any teachers. Please also give every single student, K through 12, at least 30 minutes of recess each day, which is recommended by the CDC and the Michigan Board of Education, and is allowed under Michigan law as 30 minutes of instructional time can count as recess. Do not cut music co-directors. Do not cut elementary world language teachers. Do not lay off any AAPS teachers. This past Thursday, I attended the Clague Middle School Band concert. I was blown away by the quality of the performance and the fun the students were clearly having. Clague Middle School has a director, Mr. MacArthur, and a co-director, Mr. Pacella. Both are needed for the students at Clague Middle School to continue having the quality music education they are currently getting. Each grade level has slightly below 100 students, but altogether there's over 230 students. Thank you.
Gabriella Campos Darham, Lily Chu, Jordan Ludwig, and Jin Corden. Gabriella writes, I'm writing to express my support for our AAPS libraries. My kids love going to the library with Mrs. Gartland at Abbott. It's inconceivable that a city like Ann Arbor, so proud of its high education rates, is even considering denying its kids regular access to the school libraries. Shame on people who consider this a reasonable decision instead of cutting from the top. We say no to eliminating full-time librarians. Research has shown that school library programs staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Our school libraries directly support approximately 6,000 students per day. Our librarians make sure students have access to books that are windows, mirrors, and doors that allow them to see themselves in the broader world. Our librarians also teach critical 21st century research and information literacy skills. Reconsider your plan to cut library FTE at our elementary buildings. These programs are an essential part of a well-rounded education. Lily Chu, Jordan Ludwig, Jin Corden, and Rachel Zeichman. Lily writes, all APS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Jordan Ludwig, a core commitment to this process has been minimizing impact to students, and yet the cuts proposed to parapro and TA pay, as well as the reduction of specials, world language, and music staff, will significantly and noticeably impact students, particularly students who receive special education services and attend Title I schools. The effect on our students will be significant, with multiple student-facing positions cut at each school and only one director-level position cut in the entire district. We urge you to more equitably distribute the burden of this budget crisis. It's concerning to see the sheer number of student-facing positions slated for cuts, while only 4% of director positions are affected. We understand that cuts hover around 4% across employee groups. However, that centers equality at the expense of equity. Percentage-wise, 6% of teachers will be cut compared to 4% of directors. Summary of director-student impacts, 0. The proposed budget does not include pay cuts or position cuts to high-paying positions. Instead, it includes a pay cut to classroom TAs. Next is Jin Corden, Rachel Zeichman, and Sarah Lesh. Jin writes, I'm writing to express my support for our AAPS libraries. My children love the library and librarian at Wines. They both have library on Wednesdays, and every week they come home and dive into the new books. It gets very quiet. Mrs. Goldberg often allows them to check out additional books, and anytime I try to tell my daughter something about online literacy, she assures me that Mrs. Goldberg has already taught her all about it. Research has shown that school library programs staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Our school libraries directly support approximately 6,000 students per day. Our librarians make sure students have access to books that are windows, mirrors, and doors that allow them to see themselves in the broader world. Our librarians also teach critical 21st century research and information literacy skills. Reconsider your plan to cut library FTE at our elementary buildings. These programs are an essential part of a well-rounded education.
Rachel Zeichman, Sarah Lesh, Jamie Vanderbrook, and Caroline Lukic. Rachel writes, my name is Rachel Zeichman, and I'm writing to express my support of our AAPS libraries. My children love the librarian at Hazley Elementary. Year after year, Ms. Rentz has been able to provide them books that not only match their reading levels, but their individual interests as well, fueling a love for reading that has not only impacted their literacy, but also other academic areas. More than 50 years of research across more than 60 studies show that students with access to well-resourced school libraries with certified librarians consistently perform better academically and score higher on standardized assessments. From my own experience, my fourth grader's recent reading success has assisted her tremendous growth in math this year, with the most recent NWEA math score nearly 3 times her growth goal. Her reading wouldn't be where it is today without the love of books she developed from her school librarian. Our school libraries directly support approximately 6,000 students per day. Our librarians make sure students have access. Sarah Lesh writes, a core commitment of this process has been minimizing impact to students, and yet the cuts proposed to parapro and TA pay, as well as the reductions of specials, world language, and music staff, will significantly and noticeably impact students, particularly students who receive special education services and attend Title I schools. The effect on our students will be significant, with multiple student-facing positions cut at each school and only one director-level position cut in the entire district. We urge you to more equitably distribute the burden of this budget crisis. It's concerning to see the sheer number of student-facing positions slated for cuts, while only 4% of director positions are affected. We understand that cuts hover around 4% across employee groups. However, that centers equality at the expense of equity. Percentage-wise, 6% of teachers will be cut compared to 4% of directors. Summary of direct impacts. The proposed budget does not include pay cuts or position cuts to high-paying positions. Jamie Vanderbroek, Carolyn Lukic, Dorothy Rulich, and Mary Braun. Jamie writes, I'm writing to express my support for the AAPS elementary school libraries and librarians. I co-chair the Abbott Elementary School Scholastic Book Fair, and this gives me a window into the operation of the school each year, and especially the library. Just this year, our librarian, Dana Gartland, became full-time at our location. Abbott serves a diverse community of students with a wide range of needs. Its library is like the heart of the building, a place where people are constantly flowing in and out during the day. In previous years, when Mrs. Gartland was at her other school, the door would be closed and the lights would be out in the library. AAPS elementary school kids deserve so much more than we are going to be able to give them because of this crisis. It sucks, and I know you all feel that so much. Whatever is cut is going to be painful, but in a time when hard decisions have to be made, and so many of our students already have life experiences that give them plenty of challenges, the communities need their hearts most of all. Please save the elementary school libraries and librarians. Caroline Lukic, Dorothy Rulich, Mary Braun. Caroline says, I am writing to urge you to reconsider budget proposals that plan to decrease instruction time for music, art, library, and PE at the elementary level. The proposed changes will have long-lasting negative effects on current and future students. These classes are not extras, they are necessary. Please listen to the community, do not cut specials FTE, do not reduce specials contact time, and do not replace specials with general education curriculum. Dorothy Rulich, Mary Braun, Andres Wierzbicki. Dorothy says, Dear board members, thank you for your creativity, time, and efforts to bring our district budget within the needed parameters. I imagine the pressure to be great as the effects on our community are significant. I ask that you consider cutting more salaries at the top rather than the pay and positions of our children-facing teachers and TAs. The wonderful humans that are with our kids day in and out make such a profound impact on our children's learning, safety, and self-development. Please demonstrate the priority of our students and teachers and the communities that rely on them. Thank you. Mary Braun, Andres Wierzbicki, Julie Rick, and Rachel Goldberg. Mary writes, as a parent of a Carpenter Elementary School student, I'm asking you to reconsider making PLTW a special on May 20th. Please understand our needs as a Title I school and how this change would cost us much more than what your budget projections show on paper. It may not be clear, but this is truly an issue of equity, something this board claims to care deeply about. At Carpenter, we have 4 full-time specials teachers who would be reduced to part-time with this change, resulting in cascading unexpected impacts on how our school works at the ground level. At Carpenter, these teachers help operate the drive line, and we need every minute of help they provide. Not having these 4 teachers at the beginning and end of the day would cause major disruptions to schedules of working caregivers. At our Title I school, everything about how we operate, how we serve our students, and how everyone pitches in is more complicated. Please do not make PLTW a special. The net cost to our school is much higher than what you are seeing on paper. Andres Wierzbicki, Julie Rick, Rachel Goldberg, and Karen Healy. Andres writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Julie Rick, I'm writing to express my support for our AAPS elementary specials area teachers and implore you to keep our special areas teachers full-time at the elementary level. It is imperative that the board considers how this proposal will not only impact the students across the district, but also the dynamic and collaborative work of the teachers that impart the instruction. By cutting FTE special teachers at the elementary level, our teachers will be unable to continue providing the high-quality programming and instruction our community expects and deserves. Instead, the already scant amount of time they are given for planning lessons, maintaining collections, obtaining materials, and working collaboratively with teachers throughout their building will be spent driving between buildings, coordinating with teachers who share their classroom space, and navigating the different cultures of multiple school buildings. Additionally, reducing specialist teachers' contact time with students will result in downsizing lessons to fit the new schedule. Rachel Goldberg.
Hi, Rachel Goldberg, parent and librarian. Our school libraries are the heart of our schools. They are classrooms, community centers, and safe spaces for students. They exist in this way because they are thoughtfully and intentionally curated learning environments led by professional librarians who know their students, their communities, and their content. Any reduction in FTE for a school library program negatively impacts not only the librarian and the students, but the entire school community, including students, teachers, and families. With full-time librarians, our school libraries buzz with learning, collaboration, and growth. These programs led by professional librarians are essential components of successful AAPS schools and must be protected.
Karen Healy, Lauren Earl, Nolan Earl, and Nancy Liu. Karen Healy writes, I fear that a yes vote tonight is a foregone conclusion because as board members, you just want to move forward regardless. My family and many of my AAPS family friends are struggling to understand why the very people charged with the responsibility of safeguarding our students, our teachers, and the next generation's future are about to even consider risking the quality of AAPS education with a yes vote tonight. Our student population is diverse in ability and interests. There are artists who don't need to understand math. There are entrepreneurs who don't care about history or English literature. Here are musicians, linguists, writers, and actors whose science marks won't matter. There are athletes whose physical fitness is far more important than ELA. A yes vote will mean more students leaving this community for a far superior education in neighboring Saline, Chelsea, and Dexter school districts, further compounding future budgets for years. Our students and their teachers deserve better from this board. Theirs is a unique relationship. Lauren Earl, Nolan Earl, Nancy Liu, and Ellen Christensen. Lauren says, I am writing to express my support for our AAPS libraries. My child loves the library at Wines Elementary because Rachel Goldberg has created a space that is deeply authentic, genuinely respectful, endlessly curious, and intentionally inclusive. Please reconsider your plan to cut library FTE at our elementary buildings. These programs are an essential part of a well-rounded and well-deserved education. Research has shown that school libraries staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Our school libraries directly support approximately 6,000 students per day. Our libraries give equitable access to books that are windows, mirrors, and doors. This allows students to see themselves in the broader world. Our librarians also teach critical 21st century research and information literacy skills that are not always supported elsewhere. Nolan Earl, Nancy Liu, Ellen Christensen, and Gudrun Bossman. Nolan writes, I am writing to express my support for our AAPS libraries. My child loves the library at Wines and his librarian, Rachel Goldberg. My kiddo's enthusiasm for learning to read wouldn't be possible without the support he receives from Rachel. The willingness to support all of our community sets what makes what she does so important. My 6-year-old is becoming their own human, and such a large part of that is the world literature unlocks for him. Rachel's one-on-one time with my kiddo has opened up reading as a way to find happiness, joy, and build on their burgeoning self-identity. Removing full-time librarians from our elementary schools would be devastating to my child and Wines. Elementary school is a crucial time for these people to develop a love of reading. Without Rachel being there all day, each day, it would be so hard to give each kid individual support and continue the immensely caring, inclusive environment Rachel creates. Research has shown that school library programs staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Nancy Liu, Ellen Christensen, Gudrun Bossman, and Leah Carr. Nancy Liu says all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Ellen Christensen writes, it is imperative to keep the music programs offered in AAPS. The academic piece is only part of a remarkable education. By trying to significantly decrease funds to these programs, you are taking away what makes some kids passionate about coming to school. All AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Gudrun Bossman, Leah Carr, and Lauren Pullum. Gudrun writes, every student at AAPS deserves a fully staffed and comprehensive music education. I urge you to further fund and build out music programs. It opens the world of music to our students, and they have the chance to build a lifelong skill that will help them grow in pursuing also academic goals. Leah Carr, the proposed budget is deceitful. Cutting co-directors in music programs is akin to gutting the programs. Do not balance shortfalls with your office on the backs of students and the teachers. Reserve music programs. Lauren Pullum and Huangqing Shuang. Lauren writes, I'm an Ann Arbor resident and I'm absolutely against cutting school librarians at any academic level. Librarians are important support staff to teachers and help create safe places in school for less social students like I was. The library gave me a place to escape, and I learned so much about the future I could have someday. Librarians noticed interest I had that no teacher could because my interests didn't fit into the regular curriculum. Please fix the budget through other means. Huangqing Shuang, Jane Hollingsworth, and Xavier Colasso Mojica. Huang Ping writes, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Jane Hollingsworth, all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive education.
Gabriel Colazo Mojica, Laura Kemprandon, Laura Liz, and Leaf Mickelbust. I write today to urge the board to not eliminate the elementary world languages programs of the AAPS. My daughter Luz will start her elementary school journey at Eberwhite this coming fall. Half of Luz's family only speaks Spanish, while the other half only speaks English. As a native Spanish speaker, I have done my best to teach Luz Spanish at home, as it is imperative to me that my daughter speaks the language of half her family. In a way, Luz is lucky to have the gift of bilingualism at the age of 5 while living in a monolingual society. It took me a lifetime to get proficient in English, and I attribute that to a lack of constant exposure to English as a child. Early exposure to a second language matters. I'm a member of the Ann Arbor Spanish Language Meetup Group. We meet weekly to have the opportunity to practice Spanish. I assure you that if you ask any regular member of this group, they will tell you that they'd only wished they had started their Spanish journey sooner. There are anecdotes, but research does suggest that the window to native language ability lays in childhood. The earlier the exposure, the easier it is for children to pick up a second language. Laura Kemprendon, Laura Liz, Leaf Mickelbust, and Stephanie Bilas. All right. Please reconsider your proposed cuts to specials in our schools. Within a week of my eldest starting kindergarten, besides her classroom teacher, the first person who clearly knew her name and greeted her daily was our phenomenal PE teacher. When I asked my child about how their day was in school, the bulk of their reporting is about music and art class activities. My child is a strong reader for her age. Math comes easily to her, but when she tells me what she wants to be when she grows up, it alternates between art teacher and artist and scientist. These are not just fluff topics. As the child of a professional musician and an amateur musician myself, I know that these kinds of skills begin with early elementary training. My daughter's other parent is an artist, and he knows how much work that entails And more than work, it requires time and consistency. Reading, math, and even science and engineering are nothing without the arts. The arts aren't good for much if we don't instill good physical education and love and care for our bodies. There's a reason education was switched towards STEAM instead of STEM. Laura Liz, Leif Meckelbust, Stephanie Bilas, and Cherish Lalone. A core commitment of this process has been minimizing impact to students, and yet the cuts proposed to parapro and TA pay, as well as the reduction of specials, world language, and music staff, will significantly and noticeably impact students, particularly students who receive special education services and attend Title I schools. The effect on our students will be significant, with multiple student-facing positions cut at each school and only one director-level position cut in the entire district. We urge you to more equitably distribute the burden of this budget crisis. It's concerning to see the sheer number of student-facing positions slated for cuts, while only 4% of director positions are affected. We understand that cuts hover around 4% across employee groups. However, that centers equality at the expense of equity. Percentage-wise, 6% of teachers will be cut compared to 4% of directors. Summary of director-student impacts. The proposed budget does not include pay cuts or position cuts to high-paying positions. Instead, it includes a pay cut to classroom TAs who work closely with academically or behaviorally impacted students. Leif Mickelbust, Stephanie Bilas, Cherish Lalone, Audrey Huget, and Jerry White. Leif writes, all APS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Stephanie writes, all APS students deserve fully staffed comprehensive music education. Cherish Lalone, Audrey Huget, Jerry White, and Thomas Boholik. Cherish writes, I have a student at Carpenter Elementary, a Title I school. The proposed change to PLTW may unintentionally hurt our school's equity efforts. If I understand correctly, making PLTW a special reduces dedicated specials time by 20%. This could force specials teachers part-time or across schools. Is this actually a positive for PLTW to be taught once a week? This raises concerns about our prized special teachers no longer being considered FTEs or needing to travel between schools to remain full-time. This increased teacher burden will decrease quality of life, add time, and impact student instruction. I'm also concerned that the reduced staff support will impact critical school functions like our drive lines that are supported by our specials teachers. Let's ensure equity. Can we explore alternative solutions, perhaps in administration, to avoid burdening Title I schools? Providing budget transparency would increase trust in the board's actions. Thank you. Please offer clarification to the impact if we are not understanding. Audrey Huget, Jerry White, Thomas Boholik, Ariel Wan. Audrey writes, I'm a librarian at AADL and a parent of a 3-year-old that I expect to enroll at AAPS schools. I'm writing in support of the school librarians at AAPS. School librarians offer important supports to students and teachers. The presence of an accredited librarian in a school is correlated with positive outcomes for students, including higher reading comprehension and better test scores. I urge you to reconsider your plan to cut full-time librarians at AAPS elementary schools. Jerry White.
Thank you very much. Everyone tonight has spoken passionately about the impact of massive cuts on languages, music, and other life-changing courses. But the fact is that the school board does not answer to working class and middle class families. They answer to powerful corporate and political interests that are gutting public education across the country. I urge educators, if they vote for this savage budget cuts, that you should vote for immediate strike action to defend every job and every program. Such a bold action will receive immense public support. Throughout the country, 380,000 educators face the loss of their jobs over the next 2 years because Biden has allowed COVID school funding to run out. The priority of the Democrats and Republicans is not school funding, it is war funding. Last month, they passed a budget for another $95 billion for war.
Thank you, sir. That's your time.
Thomas Paholic, Ariel Wan, Ross Smith, Daniel DeFeo. Thomas Paholic. We are a Wines Elementary family writing to express our support for APS libraries and librarians. Our children, Aveline and Everett, love their library specials time with Ms. Goldberg at Wines. They love hearing stories as read by Ms. Goldberg and her aid in selecting books to take home and enjoy. We as parents appreciate that our Wines librarian selects diverse topics of books with relevance to developing young minds. Research has shown that school library programs staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Our school libraries directly support approximately 6,000 students per day. Our librarians make sure students have access to books that are windows, mirrors, and doors that allow them to see themselves in the broader world. Our librarians also teach critical 21st century research and information literacy skills. Reconsider your plan to cut library FTE at our elementary buildings. These programs are an essential part of a well-rounded education. Next is Ariel Wan, then Ross Smith, then Danielle Defoe, then Josephine Tsai.
Hi, my name is Ariel Wan, and as a parent of young kids in Ann Arbor, I've been keeping up with how the district is handling their mess up. And after last week's budget reduction proposal, it has given me hope that Ann Arbor Public Schools is capable of doing right for our kids and restoring the community's trust. However, your budget is still cutting student-facing staff, which will remove a beneficial enrichment and educational opportunity for all AAPS kids. Please do not cut world languages or shrink the specials courses. I'm sure there are other places to fill the $1 million gap, like cutting from the top. Also, a $19 million reduction is still significant in righting the ship after the next school year. I can see that you heard us, so please continue listening to everyone here and not take away any educational benefits to our children, like learning a second language in elementary school and ample time in art, music, library, and PE. Side note, it's easy to update the Google form that takes public comments to include a field asking people how to pronounce their name. It's a simple gesture of respect and commitment to inclusion.
Ross Smith, Danielle DeFeo.
Thank you, Thank you, trustees, for moving comments to the beginning of the meeting so that everyone can participate. My name is Ross Smith. I'm a parent of a Carpenter Cougar. Please do not put PLTW into the specials rotation. At Carpenter, we have 4 full-time specials teachers. Adding PLTW to the specials wheel would reduce their time by 20%. I've spoken to some teachers and to many other parents at the school. I'm not alone in my protest over this. By reducing them to part-time, they will lose the numerous benefits of going to the same building every day. At a Title I school like ours, every single person helps out more than their job says on paper. They know what it takes to succeed in our complicated but wonderful school and enrich the lives of our students. My son learned how to play the recorder with such passion that he has gained a joy and a confidence I did not know he was capable of. And he wants a clarinet for 5th grade. I have my son on a split custody basis. I'm not seeing him tonight. I was fortunate enough to arrange for a family to watch him so that I could be here and read that statement. Please take equity seriously. Please cut from the top. Please do not cut from the teachers who are giving my son an education. Do not sacrifice my son's education for your money.
Danielle DeFeo, Josephine Tsai, Nathan Dimmer, Rachel McCall. Danielle writes, we at the AATI are writing to strongly oppose the proposed cuts to AAPS's elementary world language programs and to urge you to vote no on this proposal at Monday's Board of Education meeting. Until now, AAPS has been a leader in world language education in your state. Its sequence of high-quality elementary through secondary language courses allows students to develop real-world language skills and cultural competence, earn the Michigan Seal of Bilateral Literacy, place into advanced level university courses, and use languages in their careers. Starting language instruction in elementary school is key to developing the high-level language and intercultural skills needed in the workplace and in higher education. Eliminating elementary language programs will put APS students at a competitive disadvantage not only in our state, but also nationally and globally. There are other ways to address APS's budget shortfall that will not eliminate these crucial learning opportunities for our students. Please vote no on the proposed cuts and any future cuts that endanger world language education in APS. Josephine Sy, Nathan Dimmer, Rachel McCall, Pedro Orcazo del Pino. Josephine says, I am writing to express my support for our APS libraries. I have 3 children currently attending APS and 1 who graduated last year. They all love and have loved their experience at Baugh Elementary, Slauson Middle School, and Pioneer High School. The librarian positions cannot be cut or diminished to part-time. They must remain full-time. I have also volunteered in the library times for my children, so know firsthand how much dedication, time, creativity, and hard work has gone into these specials for literacy, computer literacy, and citizenship education. Currently, I am volunteering at Baugh Elementary. Lisa Pham at Baugh has revamped the library into one that is accessible to all of the students, reorganizing the shelving so that children have ample time to browse titles that are forward-facing them, enjoy reading in nooks she designed, and can interact in various stations with innovative themes that reflect topics such as poetry, environment, various people groups. She has book battles where she reads books new and old to encourage children to get invested in what they're reading. Nathan Dimmer, Rachel McCall, Pedro Orcazo del Pino, and Cheryl Hoskins. Nathan writes, I'm writing to express my support for our APS libraries. As a member of the APS community and a member of the library community, it is horrendous and unacceptable to reduce funding and staffing for school libraries as a result of poor executive decisions within the board. When I was a student, my school and local libraries were the spaces that I felt safest, where I could engage understanding and passionate staff who supported me in my educational journey. I would not be the person I am today without my school librarians, and they are a vital part of the education system. Cutting library funding and staff hours is directly stealing learning opportunities from students, both on personal and academic levels. The incompetence and negligence of the board and the administration cannot be allowed to harm the futures of the bright, kind, and curious children in AAPS. Our children deserve a library and librarians that reflect and encourage their passion. Defunding our school libraries is a reprehensible act to even suggest, let alone commit. Research has shown that school library programs staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Rachel McCall, Pedro Orcazo del Pino, Cheryl Hoskins, and Mariana Gonzalez Sovesa.
I am a proud Carpenter Elementary parent. We need these budget cuts to start from the top. Be equitable and commit to your statement that budget cuts will minimally impact students. World languages cultivates an understanding of other cultures, and it is imperative for social, emotional development. What message are we sending to bilingual families by cutting this critical programming? Art, music, library, PE are critical for education. Do not cut them and force our teachers to travel to other schools to get to 100% effort. Miss Smith and Miss Gleaton make music amazing at Carpenter. Music gives my child the confidence to speak up, whether for herself or to sing. Taylor Swift every day on the way to school, practicing for her concert. Mr. Messervy encourages my child to move her body every day and run faster than her dad and I. Miss Fink encourages creativity and my daughter's self-expression. Miss Clark helps my child love reading and teaches responsibility when checking out books. Teacher Ashley teaches my child critical problem-solving skills and teamwork. Marketing efforts will not bring families more than having robust world languages specials programs and TAs paid a
That's
livable
your
wage.
time, ma'am. Thank you.
Pedro Orozco del Pino, Cheryl Hoskins, Mariana Cuevas, and Ann Lynn. Pedro says, I'm writing to express my support for our APS libraries. My child loves the library at Angel Elementary because it gives the liberty to enrich their learning on topics of their choice. Mrs. Lauer is an excellent librarian that guides them to make the best use of books to learn and discover more about the world around them and themselves. Research has shown that school library programs staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Our school libraries directly support approximately 6,000 students per day. Our librarians make sure students have access to books that are windows, mirrors, and doors that allow them to see themselves in the broader world. Our librarians also teach critical 21st century research and information literacy skills. Reconsider your plan to cut library FTE at our elementary buildings. These programs are an essential part of a well-rounded education. Cheryl Hoskins, Mariana Cuevas, Ann Lynn, Sarah Kiger. Cheryl says, I recently heard news that AAPS is planning on eliminating full-time librarian positions at the schools. I would like to share my extreme concern with this decision. Now more than ever, as literacy rates decline and students have less and less access to physical books and media education, our librarians play a vital role in the education of our children. My children attend Mitchell Elementary. The oldest was in kindergarten during the fall of 2020. As she attended over Zoom, I had the pleasure of listening in on the lessons Mrs. Duncan implemented with her students. Therefore, I can advocate that what our children learn in library goes beyond just access to books. They learn digital citizenship about important historical figures, current events, and diverse cultures. Eliminating this special would have a significantly negative impact on the well-roundedness of their K-12 education. Furthermore, libraries are a special, unique place in the school where overstimulated students can find quiet, curious students can find information, and everyone is welcome. I therefore urgently request that you reconsider this choice. Thank you. Mariana Cuevas, Ann Lynn, Sarah Kiger, Scott and Kenny. I am writing to express my support for our AAPS libraries. My children love the Angel Elementary Library and their librarian, Miss Lauer, because it is through the access to books, guidance, and a comfortable space that their perspective of the world as well as their academic experience grow. The school library is a place where they get a lot of independence, where they can find some quiet time, where they can learn about discipline and responsibility by checking books in and out, where they can learn about so many topics and learn about how to start a conversation. They are learning very important skills at the library while also consolidating the classroom learning. We need library FTE at all of our elementary buildings. Research has shown that school library programs staffed by professional librarians lead to improved academic outcomes for students. Our school libraries directly support approximately 6,000 students per day. Our librarians make sure students have access to books that are windows, mirrors, and doors that allow them to see themselves in the broader world. Our librarians also teach critical 21st century research. Ann Lynn, Sarah Kiger, Scott and Kenny, and Sarah Shea. All AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Music and arts are beneficial for cognitive and emotional development in kids. Losing amazing teachers like Mr. Pacala, for example, who teaches at Clegg and King would be detrimental to all current and future band students at those schools. Like many of our current teachers facing layoffs, Mr. Pacella is an outstanding teacher and has great rapport with all students. He is a true gem and an outstanding teacher and has great rapport with. He is a true gem, and it would be an absolute shame for the district to lose one of its shining stars. APS is known for its outstanding music program. Cutting from this amazing program will downgrade the program and have long-lasting effects on all future music students. I write to ask that you please reconsider these cuts from the music and arts programs. These teachers should not be bearing the weight of others' mistakes. Thank you. Sarah Kiger, Scott and Kenny, Sarah Shea, Timotei Vadava. Sarah writes, I am a Bryant Pattengill parent. You are going to hollow out our IB program, meant to retain and attract families in our already under-resourced buildings. What will your narrative be when we can't get certified? You will simultaneously remove the possibility that our students will be adequately supported by special teachers, our intervention specialists, and parapro professionals. This is a disgrace. The Bryant Pattengill community is tired of bearing the brunt of board and administration incompetence and neglect.
Scott Ankeny, Sarah Shea, Timotei Vadua, Michelle Berman. Scott says all AAPS students deserve fully staffed, comprehensive music education. Sarah Shea, the burden of this crisis cannot fall on teachers, staff, and families. Do not cut global languages, specials, or student-facing staff. Raise the pay of our paraprofessionals and TAs. Reduce the number of central admin positions and salaries, and work to restore community trust. Timotei Vadua.
Hi, this is Timotei Vaduva. I am an alumnus of Logan, Clegg, and Huron, and I am the proud father of 3 children at Pittsfield. I love Ann Arbor Public Schools and our teachers. Please make thoughtful, wise, and long-term decisions tonight. Don't rush into deep cuts. Give your student recruitment plans a chance to succeed, and don't rely on conservative financial projections with dubious assumptions. We would gladly trade more administrative cuts for more student-facing staff. Trustees, have the courage to demand more administrative cuts, more cuts to the top. Given that it will take a few months to complete the sale of buildings, will you commit tonight to recall teachers in proportion to the sale of buildings? Please keep our elementary world language programs and pay all staff a living wage. Thank you.
Michelle Berman, Kristen Fontecchiaro, Lena Kaufman. Michelle writes, Dear Board of Education, as a parent of a Carpenter Elementary School student, I am asking you to say no to making PLTW a special on May 20th. Please walk your talk about equity and understand our needs at a Title I school. If you cut pay for our teachers who go the extra mile to help keep it operating, it will cost us more than what your budget shows on paper. We have 1 full-time teacher for each special at Carpenter. By making PLTW a special, the time for each special will be reduced by 20%. This results in 4 teachers moving to part-time or needing to work across multiple schools just to get back to FTE. I worry that you have deeply underestimated the cost teachers face when teaching at multiple schools. First, teachers currently have no mileage reimbursement. This puts another cost on them to cover extra transportation. Second, because school is unique, each teacher would need to learn and work with dozens more students than before. Seeing more students per day is not the same as seeing different students at different schools. Okay, Kristen Fontecchiaro, Lena Kaufman, and Lauren De Silva. Kristen writes, as a resident of the city of Ann Arbor and a professor who studies the intersections of libraries and learning, I am writing to express concern that some of the budget shortfalls may be addressed by minimizing school librarians, particularly at the elementary level. I apologize that I cannot be at the meeting in person to share these thoughts with you today. The world of information is changing exponentially due to social media algorithms, and bad actors are leveraging AI to quickly duplicate misinformation. Librarians can be critical cross-curricular partners with teachers in developing savvy literacy for life skills in students. Librarians across AAPS are well positioned to develop nimble responses and pedagogical strategies for an ever-changing information sphere. Additionally, our community benefits when library professionals' curated library collections reflect our city's support for diverse, equitable, and inclusive educational experiences for students. I know the board needs to make difficult decisions to comply with state requirements. Lena Kaufman, Lauren De Silva, and Denise Chacon-Lonton.
Good evening, trustees. I'm a parent of a Foresight Viking and a parent of 2 Skyline Eagles. I come to you tonight to say something nice about what you're doing. It might surprise some people in this audience, but it wasn't so long ago that we had a school board that stuck rigidly to the public commentary time, and at one meeting only gave people 15 seconds to speak. 15 seconds. I want to thank you trustees and Superintendent Parks for listening thoughtfully to the ideas, comments, and distress of the community tonight. I cannot speak more eloquently than they have, but I want to thank you for really truly listening to them and giving them the time to be heard. Everyone deserves to be heard at these meetings, even if you don't agree with what they're saying. And that's my time. Thank you.
Lauren De Silva, Denise Chacon-Lonton, Caitlin Taylor, and Jennifer Oldham. And Lauren was writing about Elementary World Language Program. I'm just trying to see if I can bring it up. I apologize about that. It didn't get transcribed. I am writing to urge you not to eliminate the Elementary World Language Program at the AAPS as a response to budget shortfalls. My life has been enriched greatly from learning a second language. It was through my studies of Spanish that I was able to travel and learn in Spain as a young adult, and later in life converse with my now husband's family whom speaks only Spanish. However, I do still struggle with the language, particularly the spoken word, and I believe much of that struggle comes from my later in life introduction to it. I began my Spanish education in middle school, and it was very textbook and memorization driven. My understanding is that learning at a younger age, when learning can be driven by play, exploration, and greater comfort with mistakes, will result in a much firmer grasp of language. I see this ease in learning in my young daughter, who has picked up the language in preschool and from her family with very little effort. This is a gift that I, as an Ann Arbor taxpayer, Denise Chacon-Lonton, Caitlin Taylor, and Jennifer Oldham. Denise writes, my name is Denise Chacon-Lonton. I am a retired AAPS teacher and Ann Arbor Open grandparent. Basically, I am asking the board to respectfully listen to and consider what the community is saying to you. Look up from your computers, look around at this gathering of concerned citizens. Please read the petitions and take in the immense support of the parents, grandparents, and people of Ann Arbor for our teachers. Please listen, please compromise, please reconsider. The truth is the teachers are not the problem. Caitlin Taylor.
Hello, my name is Caitlin, and I'm a parent and alumni of Mitchell, Scarlett, and Huron. My daughter's a special education student, and one of the most significant programs that made a difference in her life is the music program. If it wasn't for the music directors, co-directors, teachers, and special education staff pushing her to see her potential, she would be struggling even more than she had to. Music cuts would be one of the biggest challenges for my daughter and many other students. Music has given my daughter a sense of belonging and the ability to form lifelong friendships. She would not have the same chance if it wasn't for the music program and safe open space that Mr. Ash and Mr. Rodriguez provide for them. Our students deserve to have a high level of musical education. Our children need stability and consistency. Music speaks louder than words. How could you possibly want to silence students' ability to express themselves either academically, physically, or the arts and music? Please consider reevaluating your proposal. Our students and teachers don't deserve this.
Jennifer Oldham, followed by Pushpinder Kaur and Sarah Van Tassel. Jennifer writes, parents say cut at the top. Dear AAPS Board of Education, Superintendent Parks, and Mrs. Langford, we acknowledge the complexity of the decisions you face and appreciate your commitment to serving our community. While we understand that not everyone will be entirely satisfied with every decision, we firmly believe there are adjustments that can be made to better serve our community while centering equity and still making substantial cuts to the budget. A core commitment of this process has been minimizing impact to the students, and yet the cuts proposed to parapro and TA pay, as well as the reduction of specials, world language, and music staff, will significantly and noticeably impact students, particularly students who receive special education services and attend Title I schools. We urge you to more equitably distribute the burden of this budget crisis. It is concerning to see the sheer number of student-facing positions slated for cuts while only 4% of director positions are affected. We understand that cuts hover around 4% across employee groups. However, that centers equality at expense of equity. Pushpinder Kaur, Sarah Van Tassel, and Tiara Jackson. And Pushpinder says, I am a parent of children in Carpenter Elementary and Scarlett Middle School. These are both Title I schools where children do not always get all the advantages when it comes to education. We should be doing better and helping to support equity in AAPS and providing a worldview. Your proposal to completely eliminate world language in elementary is a domino effect to all other specials, and they should be called fundamentals, not specials. Don't take away opportunities to thrive and think outside the box. Don't touch our curriculum. Go and reassess your management and top-heavy staff. Thank you. Sarah Van Tassel, Tiara Jackson, and Yulia Kristova. Sarah, as a parent of a fourth grader at Carpenter Elementary, I'm urging you to reconsider these budget cut proposals. The proposed cuts will have long-lasting, far-reaching detrimental effects on our student-facing staff. Our student-facing staff must be prioritized. The burden of this budget crisis should not be shouldered on our staff who worked with our children each day as they did not make the decisions that led to this deficit. The historic lack of transparency and accountability in the Ann Arbor Public School Board is deeply disturbing. Transparency and accountability go a long way toward healthier working relationships between the board and the families in our district. I acknowledge the complexity of the decisions you face, and I appreciate your commitment to serving our community. Thank you. I emphatically urge you to more equitably distribute the burden of this budget crisis. Student-facing staff have the most impact on our children and are essential to their success. I wholeheartedly stand with our beloved and essential Carpenter Elementary student-facing staff, along with all other student-facing staff in our district. Tiara?
Before you start my time, I just had a tech tip for the people who are watching. That's what I do, tech tips. There was a complaint that people could only see the timer and see a little picture. If you click the little picture, it'll switch places with the timer, and you'll see the big picture. I know I'm 194 comments too late, but there you go. All right. Hello. I've been an educator for 21 years, 17 of which have been with AAPS, 4 years as a para in early childhood CI, and 13 as a kinder and third grade teacher. I currently teach at Logan Elementary. I also coach varsity cheer at Huron. I'm a parent of a 2021 Huron graduate, current Huron senior and freshman, and I'm grateful for their amazing education, teachers, and many opportunities they've had. Although not a great budget plan, if you absolutely must vote for this budget plan, my ask tonight is that you require changes on the budget plan before voting yes. Number one, for AAPS staff reductions, please demand to add language that says staff reductions only if the BSP does not get 75 staff members, that these staff reductions will happen only if the BSP does not pass. As it was presented last week, it looks more like the staff reductions and the BSP are in addition to each other instead of either or. Please ask the district to verbally clarify and verbally change this before your vote today. Number two, last week, one of our board members stated the budget plan is a sum of 20 million. If we only get to 19, now, will someone complain and say we didn't do our due diligence? Dang it.
Thank you.
Yulia Hristova, Katie Campbell, Mary Clements, and Valerie Kelly.
Hello, I'm Yulia Hristova. I'm the mother of 2 bilingual kids at AAPS. I first want to say that eliminating the world languages programs sends the message that diverse cultures are not important, that international families are not important. Kids need to be exposed to different cultures and different languages at a young age. Middle school is too late. I know this from experience. In addition, the high school graduation requirements in the state of Michigan are 2 credits of a foreign language. In order to make our students successful, they need to start the language when it is best for them. And this is during elementary school years. Thank you.
Katie Campbell, Mary Clements, Valerie Kelly, and Bridget Clements. Okay, I'll read Katie's. Reducing the availability of the special area courses is detrimental to the quality of education our students receive and absolutely not the way to handle the budget deficit. These courses play a crucial role in providing a well-rounded education and fostering the development of diverse skills in our students. Art, music, library, and PE not only enrich the academic experience, but also contribute significantly to students' social, emotional, and physical well-being. These essential classes are what motivate many students to go to school each day, and the relationships they build with their special area teachers, whom they currently see multiple times per week throughout their elementary education, are invaluable. While the PLTW curriculum has its benefits, integrating it at the expense of special area courses is a disservice to our students. I urge you to listen to educators and community members and consider alternative solutions to address the budget deficit. Mary Clements, Valerie Kelly, and Bridget Clements.
I would like the same amendment that I had so I can speak all together as us. Gracias.
You're speaking for the three?
Yep. Okay. So, and I would like 1 minute, and then I'm going to take a breather, and then I want my other minute. Got that? Solid. Okay. So obviously you can tell I was at home. Like, my cat's sick, and I came here for this so you can hear my voice and it not be somebody else's voice. And I've edited what my statement is because I'm just aghast and just disgusted. But I'm not surprised to learn that more reductions were not clearly stated at the last board meeting. I am able to get up here and speak because of my students and my coworkers. Definitely not because of central office. Because central office has not made me feel safe, accepted for being neurodivergent, or encouraging me that my voice matters. I speak as a former and current lower income family, and I speak for my special education students and families that cannot. I demand you take off all reductions to anything that is student facing. So everything was already said about like the specials and stuff like that, but one of my paras reached out to me and said that closing the middle school pools. So I'm not going to comment on the other ones because mad people have done that for me. So pools are extremely important, particularly to our special education students. Many have physical disabilities, and water is their only chance for freedom of movement or a stimulation that helps calm them. As for general population students, many of them would never have the opportunity to learn how to swim or be safe around water if they were not exposed during PE. We are fortunate to have the ability to offer this to our students. Ann Arbor is the #1 city in the nation, not just Michigan, but the nation, let alone AAPS has produced Olympic swimmers. This affects all students, particularly it's our most at-risk, vulnerable students. Regarding the MOA, it affects almost 80% of us that will now get $5,000 less next year. But to be clear, currently only 40% are getting this because you did exactly what you did with the libraries and the stuff. You said, here, it's there, it's in the budget. You didn't clearly state it to us, you just dropped it. You are the ones that got us into this. You made this. Dave Comsa, I demand that you make this district actually do better and take responsibility by central office taking pay cuts, pay freezes, and cutting central office's credit cards. That's $3 to $4 million reduction. That's more than all these areas combined. Boom! That was solid. That was awesome.
Prabdeep Tour, Rachel Young, Destiny Taylor. Prabdeep says, my children study at Carpenter Elementary and Scarlett Middle School. This budget fix needs to come from management and other areas, not at an impact to our students and their growth. Don't cut world language or PLTW. You are just impacting other specials. This proposal should be reviewed and changed. Rachel Young, Destiny Taylor, and Jessamy Green Husted. Rachel says, please make deeper cuts to central admin before cutting specials in elementary. Destiny Taylor. Destiny's subject was budget. And Jessamy Green Husted. Oh, sorry.
Hello, my name is Destiny. I am a current AAPS school student. I feel uncomfortable with the current budget proposal. My sister is part of the rhythm rap marching band at Huron High School. I admire their music and hard work. It's not fair to leave Mr. Ash or any other music directors to teach on their own. How do you expect one teacher to teach the same amount of students? I'm in elementary school. But the current budget proposal, I won't have the same experience or music opportunities as my sister. Makes me feel really sad and upset. It's not fair for our teachers, co-directors to take pay cuts. I'm sure there's another way to deal with this. Please support our teachers and find another way to cut the budgets. I support Ann Arbor teachers. Thank you for your time.
Jessamy Green Husted writes, hello, I am writing to express my sincere concerns about getting rid of full-time elementary school library positions. Having spent 12 years working in a public library, I know that the importance of a library goes far beyond reading. The library is a sanctuary for many children, a place to be calm, a place to learn about who they are and who they can be, a place to explore possibilities with no grown-up judgment. A school librarian can help you navigate those pathways and explore those possibilities. Not only will the children lose access to the library itself, but they will also lose out on the wealth of knowledge that a librarian brings to the school. Please reconsider removing this vital support from our schools. And that concludes public commentary.
Thank you, Ms. Soderberg. We appreciate hearing from our community. The board would like to thank everyone who spoke and shared their comments. We would like to note that all written comments, if submitted, are publicly available on board docs in the public commentary section of the agenda. Ms. Parks, did you want to make any points of clarification now or later?
Either section is fine. I could do it now or prior to the board's discussion.
Okay. Let's move down to the
Could I have a quick word?
Trustee Gaynor. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to say how much I appreciate the engagement of everybody here. This gives true meaning to my role as trustee. Everybody who came out today, everybody who's watching, the 200 public comments, over 300 emails since our last meeting, hundreds and hundreds of petition signers, 591 not signatures, but paragraph-long testimonials, 90% by high school students on behalf of the music program and especially our co-teachers. This is such an unfortunate situation, but working together, the community, the staff, the board, trustees, I hope this is lasting and engaging and the district can come out stronger because we're problem solving together. So thank you.
Trustee Carrero.
Could I recommend a 10-minute recess?
I have no objection. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Sounds like some trustees want a shorter recess. Can we, is 10 minutes or 5 minutes better?
Let's call it 5 and it'll be 10.
Sounds good, Trustee Gaynor. Let's call it 5 and go from there. Then we will restart the meeting. It is 10:15 p.m. I spoke to Ms. Soderberg during the break. My understanding is we have one additional public commentary person.
That's
present.
correct. Susan Bond.
We're working on it.
Is it on now? Okay. I must have emailed the wrong place. Dear Board and Superintendent Parks, I see on slide 2 of the proposed comprehensive budget plan that one of our values is equitable, inclusive, and accessible learning experiences. If we want to fully realize this value, you should offer economically disadvantaged middle school students with free admission to Mac Pool for swimming lessons or free Rec and Ed classes for swimming lessons to make up for the middle school pools being closed. It also goes along with slide 6 commitment to maintain athletic opportunities in secondary schools. You should also reinstate the elementary school world language teachers to support the value of student achievement and well-being. Just because it relieves pressure on hard-to-fill language positions district-wide, several unfilled all year, on slide 9, doesn't mean that it shouldn't be done. We're behind so many countries that start at kindergarten teaching another language. Both of those things will help with your guiding principles of minimizing impact on students and continuing initiatives with proven positive impact on student achievement that I see on slide 3.
Thank you. We are now down to board discussion and the comprehensive budget plan. Superintendent Parks, did you have anything you wanted to start with before we started our conversation?
Yes, thank you, President Feaster. I would like to offer a few clarifications from last week's budget presentation that we brought forward based on some information that has come to our attention through our email inbox, through conversations we've had, even through public commentary here tonight. I would like to clarify some details that have been circulating that we know we just want to make sure information is clear and accurate about. So I appreciate and understand the value of advocacy for our schools, our staff, our students. I would expect absolutely nothing less from our Ann Arbor Public Schools community. But I do, again, want to make sure that the information that people have is accurate and factual. So a few clarifications. Mr. Cooley, I want to talk about central office, elementary world language, elementary special schedule, libraries and librarians, and secondary co-teaching. So for central office, as has been the case from the beginning of this process, and as the very first budget reduction step we announced, we continue to review the organizational structure of central office. I do want to add to last week's presentation. This year, we have already reduced 4 positions that we did not hire and that we eliminated. Again, that was one of the very first things that I talked about when this budget challenge became something that we were clear about. And so the 2 last week reflect 2 additional reductions that will take place next year, and that total is 6 in summation for central office staff. We will continue to work at the organizational structure. We have committed to posting that organizational chart when it is redone, and we will do that. But any changes, additional changes that take place regarding anything, compensation, all of those things will take place directly with those employee groups, as is the case for any of our employee groups. So I appreciate the feedback there, and just wanted to add a few additional details that we did not share last week about the 4 reductions that have already occurred that we have actualized savings on as an immediate step. The next detail to clarify is around our elementary world language program. Though we are recommending the proposed elimination of elementary world language, it does not in any way, shape, or form reflect the philosophical value that we have about multilingualism in our district, nor is the recommendation anything other than something that we want to make sure our community understands in full and in totality. So I do want to be clear before I go through some of the elements of the world language program in terms of our rationale for bringing this item forward as a recommendation. I want to be clear that world language instruction and our English language learner or EL instruction are two different things. Those are not the same thing. So our English language learners will still receive the instruction and supports that they always have and that we have provided for years. World language is completely separate from that. When we are talking about our elementary world language program, a few details about that to highlight are we're talking about students who are in 4th and 5th grade is where our elementary world language takes place. And those are 2 30-minute class periods that take place each week, and that Spanish content is taught in 4th and 5th grade. And because it's exposure to culture with just the 2 30-minute class periods per week that we're able to provide, that content is repeated again in 6th and 7th grade for students. We have a significant challenge in staffing for this program because a small number of teachers serve 20 schools. Some teachers serve as up to 4 schools. And so with up to 4 schools per teacher, positions are challenging to fill. And so since the 2021-2022 school year, unfilled positions have caused the district to either use substitute teachers to fill, or those positions have remained unfilled. So if we could hire more, we would. If we had staff out there that we could hire for these positions, we would. The distinction here between secondary and elementary is that elementary certification is not the same as secondary. So we have tried to fill these positions. The next slide, please. The elementary special schedule, some details to clarify there. Students will continue to receive special area instruction of all the 5 content areas that they do now: art, library, music, and physical education, even with Project Lead the Way going into the special schedule. With PLTW going into the schedule, we have the ability to maintain approximately 60 minutes per week in the specials areas. As I've talked to trustees about this and shown you how some of the schedules are constructed, and look, you know that specials area scheduling varies from school to school, by content area, and even by grade level within a school. So it's a very complex process, but this does maintain our teachers 330 minutes per week of planning time by contract. And so we wanted to make sure some of those clarifications were shared as well. School libraries and librarians. Our library programs are not being cut or eliminated, and our school libraries are not being closed. It is not accurate that all of our elementary librarians are going to be shared across schools. Some will, but the significant majority of our librarians are not going to be shared across schools. So I did want to clear up that particular detail. And even in those schools that may end up having a part-time librarian, and some schools do now have a part-time librarian, access to our media centers, our research materials, books, and other educational resources will remain available for students and staff. So the next slide, please, is about secondary co-teaching band and orchestra. Our music programs are not being cut or eliminated. We don't have any music classes at middle school or high school that we have eliminated. So our secondary band teachers and orchestra teachers will continue to have co-teacher support. However, that co-teacher support will be reduced. Our secondary co-directors will fill out the rest of their assignment with in the district with either instrumental music, or they will have the opportunity to apply and transition into current music vacancies across the district. So that was never an elimination. We shared last week that that was a reduction in co-teachers at secondary, but not an elimination. And so those co-teachers, eliminating them is not a part of the plan, but a reduction in that is. And so we have trustees at this juncture. We've listened and heard from our community in a host of ways, thousands of engagement, as Trustee Gaynor alluded to, via everything from in-person to our survey, to our town hall, to our email inboxes, and everywhere we go around the community where we have our families and our students and our staff, we are engaging about this. And all of that collective feedback did inform the recommendations that have come forward last week to you all in the plan. And so at this juncture, those are the clarifications, and I'm happy to receive your questions as you transition into discussion.
President Feaster?
Yes, Trustee Schmidt.
I'd like to move that we accept the plan as presented.
Okay, it has been moved by Trustee
wait a
Schmidt.
minute.
We can still have discussion.
Wait a minute.
We
I
can
believe
still
she
have
just asked
discussion.
us if we had questions. So before we make
I
a
can
motion.
move at any time during a meeting, and I made a motion.
I do believe she's entitled to make a motion. There's a motion on the table by Trustee Schmidt to accept the plan as is, supported by Trustee Basket. Now we'll have some discussion. Did you have?
Yeah, trustees, I guess I do have some clarifications, generally speaking, about the staff reductions. I heard from the public commentary, and I heard since the plan was released that there will be a reduction to an 8.8 FTE for some of our employees. Can you just clarify if that's true? And based on our plan, when we had the reduction of staff numbers, were those staff numbers FTEs or actual employee counts?
So we don't, unless I knew what you were talking about specifically, there's nothing that's coming to mind where we're now reducing a full-time staff member down to a half-time staff member. What might be the case, in particular around the PLTW schedule, and some other shifts based on those specials at the elementary level, some staff may be 0.6 in one building and the rest of their FTE in another building. But we're not taking employees and making them part-time from full-time.
Okay, so no employees will face a reduction from 1 to 0.8.
No, that's not what we're proposing. No.
Thank you.
So, yeah, outside of splitting between buildings, maybe, that we're not proposing part-time employees.
Quiet, please. Trustee Gaynor?
I must say I'm shocked by this motion, not surprised, because I was going to start off by saying the discussion that we're having here, to clarify, to respond to the community, to make sure we understand as trustees what we're approving, because there are some program shifts that are our responsibility to oversee, that this discussion is much more important than the vote. I expect this eventually the plan to be approved, but I also see this as an ongoing process, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Parks, that this gives permission, this gives, it doesn't even, but it gives our support to working through the plan, but the adjustments won't be made over time as different information comes in, as we see what our state funding is, eventually what enrollment is, that nothing is set in stone, although obviously the main outline is there and detailed, but I still think we have to pull out some elements, reassure people, be clear on things, And once we do that, we and the community can have much more confidence that a yes vote is done with due diligence and in good faith.
Trustee Carey-Harrell?
Yeah, I agree with some of that, but I don't agree with what you said, Trustee Gaynor, about things being set in stone. If when this budget plan gets improved, it's not like 4 months from now we're going to be able to say, oh, we've thought about it, we're going to add back the elementary world language program. So a vote tonight actually is putting some things in stone, and I understand the importance of the discussion and to have it, but I think to suggest that we'll have a discussion with the chance that some things will come back, I think that's inaccurate. Totally.
Understood.
So to me, I
Right.
think the discussion is important, but I very much doubt that any of us at the table can add any more discussion to what's already been said in the public commentary. I think that most of them were teachers, community members, and family members, and I think they can speak to the impact that it'll have on their students and their families, and I think anything that we would say after them would just be an add-on after effect. So to me, I think I would ask fellow trustees to not recommend or not accept this plan, but for us to actually go back and ask for a little bit more. We did community engagement to build the plan. The plan was done by our superintendent and her team. It's come forward to us, but we have every right within our power to say, you know what, we don't like the plan. We'd like to see some alternatives. We'd like to see some options. I know that we've seen some of them ahead of time, but the community had not. And so to me, it's very important to hear what the community has to say over the last 5 days. I have heard what they've had to say. I've heard them again tonight. And to me, what that indicates is that they want a different plan.
I think what Trustee Gaynor was saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that, based on the voluntary separation proposal we have and based on the governor's budget, some things could change. I think that's what he meant by not concrete.
Yeah, and I just reiterated that some things won't.
Okay. Just to make sure we're on the same page.
We're not, but okay.
Okay. Trustee Schmidt, did you have something?
I have questions for Mr. Demetrios about a conversation we had about what it means for us to put this off. Because no action is an action. It is a decision. So if he could, I wish you'd let us have our meeting so that we can get through this process. It would be helpful.
Quiet, please.
Run for office and you can join us here. So
Quiet,
if you could bring
please.
him up, he could talk to us.
Quiet, please. Mr. Demetrio, I believe Trustee Schmidt had a question for you.
Could just talk to us about every time we delay this. I mean, it's pretty obvious that teachers once again don't know what's happening and their future is up in the air, right? But can you explain what this means? Because we have to build a budget and have to turn that in by June 30th by state law.
Thank you for the question, Trustee. Based on the plan, there's about 142 positions, I believe. Out of those 142, approximately 35 to 40, they need to be notified by May 30th. Okay. So, and then the rest of them need to be notified by June 13th. So, if the plan is approved, what needs to happen, HR is next. They will have to go through a process of figuring out actually who will actually get laid off. And that takes some time. Once they figure out who, they will come to the business office to, we actually will get the cost of the who. Then based on that, we will start building the budget. And that takes some time. On June 6th, we need to publish the budget, and it will take us a couple of weeks to build that budget. So because on June 6th, we have to publish it because 6 days before we present it to the board, which is June 12th, then we need to have it in the newspaper. We need to have it on our website, the budget. And then on June 26th is the board meeting for the actual approval of the budget. And it's not just next year's budget, it's also this year's budget that we also need to amend. So there's a lot of work that needs to happen with your decision tonight. So if you postpone it, I don't believe we will have the time to work with HR and the business office to create the budgets and so forth. I believe we've come to the end that we need to make a decision.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. If we do nothing, there was mention about we have to borrow money right now to meet payroll. And so talk about that. And a figure was given to me that kind of blew my mind because it was how much the interest is and how much fees are. And I mean, it was a lot of money. It would cover like 8 teachers or something. Can you talk about that so we can understand that?
Absolutely. So earlier, a month ago or so, we came to you, I think in April, and we asked to be able to borrow up to $35 million. So we're actually going to be borrowing $15 million at a cost of $777,000, and then the closing cost will be another $17,000. So it's almost $800,000, which you're correct. That's almost the cost of 8 teachers. We don't have enough money to make payroll, the first pay in June, so we'll be borrowing the money on June 4th.
Hold on. You said 800,000 is the interest out of the 15 million?
Interest and closing costs, yes.
So, when we came last week and this was introduced, the hesitation to support the plan, even though originally the plan wasn't one that had to be voted on, but the superintendent asked us to do this. People were like, well, we don't know enough, the community hasn't seen it. So the decision was to move it till today. And we...
Please.
So folks have had a chance to talk with their community. There was a virtual meeting a subset of the board had. There are, unfortunately, a lot of misinformation was floating around the community, which I think was really, really unfortunate, as people got riled up about things that weren't even in the report.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
So the way I see this is after a thorough briefing from staff on the 24th, we already voted to authorize the superintendent to create this plan, to realign our budget, and to cut $25 million, to bring our fund balance to at least a state mandated level of 5%. This authorization also gave you, Superintendent Parks, the ability to lay off staff. I think what you heard from the board, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, that we said to you, we wanted cuts to maintain as many programs as possible and as few of teachers as possible to be cut. Superintendent Parks, I think you've brought forward such a plan. The plan, I support the guiding principles you put up there at our last meeting. You and your team followed a process that you showed that you cared about the academic excellence of our students and the fiscal health of the district as you did this. As I looked at the people that were working on this, your team was informed by their knowledge of the district programs, which a lot of us don't even know all the intricacies of all the programs. None of the parents do either, because they're not at all the different schools. Decades of experience. And then they reflected on, as you did with your team, 4,000 survey results, small group meetings, one-on-one meetings, community meetings, phone calls, emails, as you mentioned earlier. And they worked, I know you worked with principals and teachers. I believe to my fellow board members that the budget they brought forward includes cuts that were made thoughtfully and that the whole child was kept in mind and is fiscally responsible.
Ladies and gentlemen, we offered 3 hours of public commentary. Can you please be respectful and allow us to have our meeting? Please. Thank you. We heard your 3 hours.
It maintains, I believe, strong academic programs, and I would put our school, after these cuts, up to any district in the area, probably still in the state. It has kept important things like academic interventionists and a full menu of specials that most schools don't even think about. I mean, things like theater in kindergarten and first grade, things that are not even happening. Rich sports and arts programs. Voting down this plan will have results. Once again, teachers will not know what their future plans look like. Our state of chaos will continue, and it'll push families away. And each family that leaves takes revenue, which means cuts, even more cuts for us. Our financial realities are stressful. I understand the emotion felt when we think things are going to impact our kids. But inaction to address these fiscal realities, though it's going to, will have negative impacts that will be felt for years to come. When I hear teachers talk about you want more funds for health care, and I agree, because I had all the freezes when I was teaching here. I was there during the period of all the freezes. They want increases in health care monies. They want maybe teacher raises in the future. We want to see new programs. Maybe we'll see some in language programs that are actually immersion programs. These things won't be able to be discussed because we're going to be in such a tank with our finances. I support this plan because I know this is a good plan. Voting yes on this plan is keeping with my responsibility as a vote in is fiscally responsible manner to secure the sound financial health of the district. And I know it's going to guarantee the excellence here. And I've told my own families that I work with their children, when they come back in the fall, despite this plan that goes into action, I think that this is still going to be an absolutely excellent school district, and their kids will get an excellent education.
Please respect the speakers. We need to hear her.
And I'm sorry that you're frustrated with my comments.
People on television cannot hear the speakers.
I felt it was important to share my thinking on this.
Trustee Carahero, please.
I just have I don't agree with any of that. But what I would say is, you did say something, Trustee Schmidt, that you said we were on a virtual call and that was some misinformation was given out. I'm just curious about how you know that, because if you would listen to what came through our email, you would know that you're not supposed to be on that call. So for me, I'm saying exactly what I just said, that if you read your email, you know that you're not supposed to be on that call. So to me, what I'll say to you is that whoever you got that information from, it's secondhand at best. So before you start accusing people of giving out misinformation, please provide an example.
Okay, all right, Trustee. All right, well, you said I'm not supposed to be on the call. Oh, you mean your virtual meeting? I was at my mother's visiting in Ohio. I wasn't on your virtual meeting.
Okay, then I'll take the example of the misinformation that was given out, which you don't have. So.
Well, that's been happening across the boards. I mean, there are some real active people in our community that like to kind of embellish. And so I'm not accusing you.
Some of us are sitting right here.
I'm not accusing you. Perhaps you feel guilty.
Trustees, please.
I'm not. That's
Thank
not
you,
what I
Trustee
was
Carahero.
saying.
Thank you, Trustee.
I asked her a question.
Yes.
What misinformation? It's a direct question. No, I'm waiting for the
Trustee
answer.
Schmidt, if you want to answer, he's asking you about misinformation. If not, I'll move to Trustee Gaynor. Trustee Gaynor.
Thank you. Trustee Schmidt, I appreciate you expressing your views much more than I appreciated the motion before we had a discussion. You have every right, and I thank you for that. One point, there was confusion, there was misinformation, and the part that caused the most confusion and anxiety to my mind, and I've spent 40, 50 hours, I don't know, was because of what we were told at last week's meeting that Ms. Parks has started to clarify tonight, so I appreciate that. And this was specifically with the move of PLTW into specials that, because I asked the question directly, does this mean 20 to 25% cuts in the other specials? And I was told yes. I had information, apparently it wasn't in the presentation, that there were going to be 3 FTE cuts in each subject. I believe this came in a week or 10 days or 15 days ago, I don't know, from Ms. Parks. So I'd like clarification on that. And then, you know, the reassurance that there'll be, and I kind of figured this out when I learned about the 330 minutes. I don't know how many, 45 minutes was suggested. There was a lot, because the plan was just coming together, I believe, there was statements made last week that left for confusion. And I still think there's some more clarification to be had now. You know, I mean, I was asking the question, is the goal to get PLTW in the specials wheel, or is the goal to cut 12 to 15 FTEs? You know, this is reassurance, although it's still sketchy, and I understand we don't have every fine detail. Ms. Parks, does that give you a lead to ask, or should I ask specific questions? Because I'll need a few seconds to get that specific question in mind. You did clarify that there, I mean, I believe what you're saying is there's not a 20% cut in time for each special. So let me ask that specific question.
So as I shared with you when we spoke about it, I told you that it's going to vary, building by building, content area by content area, based on a host of factors, including the enrollment in a given school, the number of sections at grade levels that the school has, and that there is not a hard and fast formula for special scheduling that I could give you a formulaic response. I also shared when we spoke about it, to your question about, is this recommendation about putting Project Lead the Way in the wheel, or is it about cutting $1.5 million? I shared that this has been something that we have heard about even well before our budget crisis from staff about putting Project Lead the Way in the wheel, the specials wheel. And so with this situation in front of us, it is an opportunity to be responsive to that in a way that we have not been able to be responsive to that in years past when it has come up from staff. A result of that is some efficiency in staffing. But the motivation, again, is to
Quiet, please.
Put Project Lead the Way in the special schedule, because overwhelmingly from students, we heard about their love for Project Lead the Way. But even prior to this, we've heard from staff about Project Lead the Way going into the wheel so that there can be opportunities for common planning, so that there can be opportunities for this to be something that students are able to actualize in the school, in the wheel, without the classroom teacher also having to co-teach Project Lead the Way. So it is an efficiency in several ways.
Thank you. Currently, the Project Lead the Way teacher comes to the classroom teacher is there to be a helping hand. I can appreciate that's not an efficient use of time. So in that way, as long as the cuts to specials aren't, 20%, if they're less than that, I can understand a compromise on that. I do want to say a couple things about music. From what I can tell, in most cases, the classroom teacher is just that, a helping hand, which is not insignificant, but at this point is a bit of a luxury. Co-teachers in the secondary music schools are not just a helping hand. They're trained, certified teachers that are intrinsic in teaching every student, especially those who need the most help. I thank you again for the clarification, which I got early in the week, that it wasn't a total cut to the teacher. It was a reduction in time. And I'm sure the teachers will make the best of it, but it will not be the same quality of program without them. But again, we're making compromise. As to the elementary music, because of issues I have heard over the years in scheduling, I want to caution these plans that if we cut things too tight, it will not only result in more teachers being in more schools and diminish their effectiveness in schools, but it'll create some unintended consequences that are, I don't want to exaggerate, I want to say beyond imagination, but that's just hyperbole. I do want to caution that the schedules aren't cut too tight. Again, a specials teacher in the building, full-time, can do some amazing things for everybody in the school. And I hope we keep that as much as possible. But if we don't, again, I'm very wary of too many cuts and too tight a schedule given the district schedule and individual school schedules. Okay, I'll have some more comments later.
Thank you, Trustee Gaynor. Trustee Muhammad?
So one thing I just want to make sure, and I'm sure that you've thought about this, but for the special schedules and any of the shifting, just to make sure that Title I schools are the least impacted.
Yep,
And
absolutely.
Okay.
That was one of our commitments, and we are adhering to that.
Because I know a couple, there was several parents and students, I think, and teachers from those schools. I just wanted to just clarify that. And then for the world language, again, I've said my comments the last meeting. Of course, it's very near to my heart. And I just want to make sure that we are still committed to bring a bring it back to elementary and hopefully early on. But that's what I just wanted to hear, if there is a commitment to bring it back.
Yeah, at a time when we are financially stable and we are able to go back to world language for elementary students, there's absolutely our commitment to have some future considerations around how to bring back elementary world language in a way that is both stable and this is not a reflection on our amazing elementary school staff that we have teaching world language, but in a way that can be more of an immersive experience for students. And so, yes, we are absolutely going to bring that back in terms of future considerations.
Trustee Dupree?
Okay. All right, get on the mic. There you go. So I just have a few clarifying questions. So I know something was mentioned about community members having access to some of the information that we have. I know that Saturday we had a briefing, and during that briefing we had several different documents that were shared with us, answering some of the trustees' questions, from program costs to building operational costs. Is that information available on the website, or is it available for?
So I'd
community
have to
members
see
view?
if any of that is in board docs. I'm not sure either. Okay, so it doesn't sound like any of that is in board docs, so we'll get some of that uploaded to board docs.
Roger. Okay, thank you. Another question that I have, as far as the teachers who are teaching world language programs, and I wish the clarification slide was up, because it's hard for me to memorize some of the stuff, but are those teachers being rotated into different classrooms? Are they still being able to retain employment? What is the plan for that?
So it's going to depend because the layoff process is not that straightforward. So if you're asking, are the elementary world teachers the teachers who are going to be laid off? Is that the question?
Right. Like, I mean, I understand that there will be some cuts, and I'm trying to get an idea of, you know, some of the things that were considered to reduce the number of folks that would lose employment. And when it comes to this particular program, were we considering putting them into different classrooms so they can at least retain employment?
So that would depend on where they are in the layoff process. It also will depend on vacancies that we have for world languages for which folks are certified to teach.
Right.
So if we have vacancies that are open, kind of like I mentioned in the music example, the music clarification, then those would be positions that staff could go in as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yeah, just to add to that, the other thing they look at are other credentials, because there are people sometimes with a credential in world language, English, you know, social studies. It's amazing how people have a lot of credentials. And so as they do the shakeout and everybody gets to wherever, there might be other options available to them depending on if they want to do that particular change.
And I think this actually, sorry. So this isn't actually a part of the budget plan, but I haven't heard anyone kind of ask any clarification around it yet, and I'm just out of curiosity. When it comes to the pay for parapros, when we knew that the grant or the funding was about to expire, what other avenues were kind of explored as a means to try to avoid having to cut pay?
So as it relates to the paraprofessional MOU, that is something that is discussed and determined through the bargaining or negotiations process. So I won't speak to it at this table. It's not the appropriate table to talk about kind of the things that take place in negotiations, but we bargain in good faith with all of our employees. And so that is where the conversation about paraprofessional MOUs, whether it's about that compensation around kind of the incentivizing recruitment and retention like this particular one was that has now expired, or any other type of compensation for our employee groups, that all takes place through the negotiations process.
Trustee Gaynor?
Thank you, Ms. Parks. We've talked a lot about elementary program. There's going to be layoffs, FTE reductions to many classrooms. Can you explain the process, how you are going to decide what positions are going to be cut and who makes those decisions?
So for low enrolled courses in our secondary schools, that is all determined through the staffing process, and the staffing process is taking place now. It's going to depend on how enrollment settles through this next schools of choice window, as well as the number of exits we may see from students who matriculate out of the district for whatever reason. And so once we get through that staffing process and we see where enrollment is in a more stable and steady, consistent way, then the administrators and the central office staff go in and they will look at low enrolled courses and make decisions from there.
Trustee Dupree?
So another clarifying question. I know that there was some curiosity around having a reduction in pay for upper admin. And from what I understand, there is a contract folks are under. So could you explain how that contractual obligation affects our ability to be able to reduce?
Yeah, just like all of our other employees, There are employment agreements and contracts that we have to adhere to for compensation, whether it's our employees who are with the unions or employees who are non-bargain. Everyone has a contract. So we have to adhere to those employment agreements.
Trustee Basket.
Excuse me, President Feaster, I'm not going to battle with the audience. So at any point, you know, I'll call the question, okay? So first of all, Ms. Parks, I want to thank you and your team for doing a lot of work, going beyond what we as a board and individual trustees have asked you. And again, I don't know if it's been said, but thank you. Thank you for, again, meeting with the public as we expect, from talking to nearly every bargaining unit, to talking to just nearly anyone who wants to approach you on the subject. So again, thank you, and to your team for their support on this. I know this has been a trying time. You have done your job. It's time for us to do our job. I was very pleased to get an email. I'm sorry, all of us got this email from a particular staff member who's been with us a long time and has spoken to us both as a friend and sometimes as a critic. I'm just going to read to you a few of her words because it basically summarizes where I think we are. She writes, she was a member of the budget team who worked hours with you for over 6 weeks in coming together with the team in evolving this plan. She says, we need to move on. Quote, we need to move on. Staff needs to know what timeline they can rely on and make plans for themselves and the good of their families. You, meaning the board, hired Jazz Parks to craft a solution to prevent the collapse of our school district, and she's come up with one that seems carefully balanced between the necessarily painful and the protected essentials. Please show your support of Ms. Parks, this plan, and the process. Vote yes, and let's move on. We need to move on, trustees. The staff has highlighted again, from Mr. Demetrio's perspective, our obligation with the state and legally having to pass a budget. That's one of our 2 core missions. The staff in their last presentation talked about the timeline that's needed to do this respectfully and legally in the layoff process. We cannot afford to get down into the weeds. While I do appreciate your questions, because if that helps you get a better understanding, then again, by all means, Ms. Parks has addressed them as much as possible. I'm going to call the question on this issue because we need to move on to give the community a sense of what we're doing here.
Trustee Basket moved to call the question. There's support. Support by Trustee Schmidt. Ms. Soderberg, if you would please do a roll call to determine whether or not we're going to vote on the motion by Trustee Schmidt.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Dupree?
No.
Trustee Caraharo?
No.
Trustee Mohammed?
No.
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor?
No.
President Feaster?
Yes, motion fails.
Motion fails.
No. Failed, yeah.
We're still in discussion of.
Right.
Trustee Gaynor.
Ms. Parks, I agree with Trustee Basket. You've gone above and beyond, and I thank you for all your work. But I want to add, there's not one teacher or staff member in this district who doesn't go above and beyond every day. And I get a little repetitive, and I imagine some might consider this pandering to the audience, but it's consistent with what I've been saying since I'm on the board. Ms. Lancaster mentioned the low-paying positions that have either lost their job or resulting in lower pay or had their pay lower due to the MOA. I would appeal to the upper paid people in our administration to consider the requests of many tonight to some, in some way consider more equitable salary for the benefit of everybody in the district. And, oh, I know, maybe the most important thing, and I alluded this before, I understand administration has worked with union leadership and they've consulted with coordinators and a few teachers, but I think the district will be much, much better off if the mainstream teachers of any teacher in an area, whether it's music teachers or math teachers, that if it's time consuming, so it has to be selective, but on important decisions, that not a multiple choice or a bubble survey, but true collaboration to get the experience and knowledge and troubleshooting and problem solving from the staff that knows best what's happening in the school. It'll be a little messy, but that's how I've learned about the intricacies of the system. There's no one person, no one administrator who hasn't been in the classroom, no one teacher for that matter who knows everything. And broadening the scope of how you get information, I'm strongly advise that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gaynor. I'm sorry if somehow we've communicated the impression that we have not done that also, but we have. As recently as the same day we brought forward the comprehensive plan, right before that was with an entire school staff representation, getting their feedback and input and hearing their concerns. So I want to assure you and the community that we have done that also.
Anything new, Trustee Dupree?
So it was pointed out that we voted in March to allow superintendent to kind of just move forward the way that she best sees fit. So just out of curiosity, if this doesn't pass tonight, what will happen? And the reason why I'm asking this is because it was originally stated that we didn't actually have to vote on this. She could just move forward. And it was just a courtesy for her to ask us to vote. So I'm just wondering if it doesn't pass, what happens next?
My understanding is that Superintendent Parks has asked the board to review this plan, analyze this plan, and pass this plan. I don't think she intends to move forward until the board has given their green light on the plan. Superintendent, I'm sorry, Trustee, did you have something?
I mean, from my perspective, it basically says that we don't have the faith in her doing her job. And that speaks volumes. And yet we told her to go create this plan, and it will have ramifications. As I said, no action is action, because we have a whole domino of things that have to roll, and we are by state law required on June 30th to have a budget handed into the state. That is not something we can just say, well, maybe we won't have it together. It's always a budget that's not exact, because, they have, you build a budget on assumptions, and we've heard that word a lot of times. Like, we hope we get $200 per student in the state budget. We don't know what the government's going or the legislature's going to do. We don't know what enrollment is. We don't know any of that, but we've got to make enough moves that we can hand to HR and then to the treasurer so that they can get that budget together. Or, talk about chaos.
The biggest problem is the time that we are not going to give to our staff to be able to start looking for new jobs if we are in fact going to do layoffs. And so pushing this back further and further, I think that's the biggest problem with us not making a decision, personally. Trustee Mohan.
I just want to quickly clarify for the central office. What is so it's a total of 6 central office out of how many?
So the total for central office between this year and the reductions that are being made for next year is 6, yes.
Yeah,
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Trustee Muhammad, did you have a follow-up?
yeah, I just wanted, so out of how many? I know I have it in the plan from last week said 3 out of 9. I guess I was confused, but this number of 6 is different than the number that was in the plan.
So
I just wanted to clarify that.
yes, so the number that came forward last week, like the other categories that were brought forward last week, were recommendations for the 24-25 school year. The additional 4 have already been reduced this school year, or eliminated rather, this school year, for a total of 6 reductions for cabinet and central office combined. So does that make sense?
So out of how many?
So Ms. Langford, do you have the exact numbers? There are 9. There are 9 for cabinet. And then for our non-bargained employees that make up the rest of central office, do you have that exact number? I don't have that slide from last week, I'm sorry. Let's look.
So it's the 9?
Yep.
Okay.
So it'll be 9 plus 4.
So to be clear, because you cut somebody at a level, the work still needs to be done. It means it rolls down to the school or it rolls somewhere.
Yeah,
I mean, so there's work, and a lot of the work we aren't even aware of because it has to do with student privacy. So
that's accurate. And, you know, we're a large district. There's just work at a systems level that has to occur. I mean, I get it. You know, people want to see reductions at the top. That's not a sentiment that's lost to us or that we don't understand. But there is an inarguable fact that there is systems level work that needs to be done. People want to be paid. People want to be able to get their concerns addressed through human resources. We have also made some significant shifts in some of the positions that are listed for central office. Not all of those positions are paid for out of the general fund. So we could reduce several positions and it still may not impact the general fund. Some of those salaries have been paid for through the Rec and Ed budget. Some of those salaries are eligible positions under the specifics of grants. So just because they're central office positions does not mean that they are paid for out of the general fund. And I understand that the general public does not understand those particular details. So like I said, I understand the sentiment, but all of those salaries are not general fund salaries.
Ms. Langford, did you have something to add?
I just had the numbers if you wanted them. So the superintendent's cabinet has currently 9 individuals in that group. The class 3, which again are various directors, coordinators of other departments, has a total of 25 people in that group. And then if you look at the non-bargain support staff, there is a total of 44 people in that group.
Thank you. Was there more discussion, trustees?
I guess some of this can be just brought up later or somehow posted on board docs, because I admittedly did not know that central office had 2 different ways of, well, some paid out of general fund and some paid out of Rec and Ed. And now I'm curious is who is paid out of the general fund versus who is paid out of Rec and Ed.
So
I'm not sure if we can.
So positions that, not all positions are eligible for being in a grant. Some are. Our positions, as we've talked about before, we've got some of our title positions, some of our roles specific to ELL, and our wellness coordinator. We have a host of positions that are covered under grants. I don't have the complete list in front of me right now. But again, not all of them are paid for out of general fund.
Quiet, please. Well, we can just stop the meeting then and not vote on it, if you all don't want to do it.
Yeah. What I was saying is that it's understandable, but is it possible to like maybe later get a list, even if, it's emailed to us or posted on board docs so we and everyone else could see it? So.
I didn't understand. I didn't quite make out what you were saying.
I apologize. I said I understand that you don't have a list of that right now because it's like a random question that I asked, but if it's possible to get that information maybe later, either emailed or posted on board docs so folks can see it.
Yeah, we'll get it together.
Roger. Thank you.
If there's not more discussion, we can vote and see where we are at that point. All right, so the motion on the table is by Trustee Schmidt to accept the plan as is, supported by Trustee Basket. Ms. Ozinski, if we could have a roll call, please. Ms. Soderberg, I apologize.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Dupree?
Yes.
Trustee Caraharo?
No.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So we have reviewed the budget. We have accepted the budget. I believe that's all we had on our agenda for tonight. If there's nothing else, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Moved by Trustee Basket. Is there support?
Yes.
Support by Trustee Schmidt. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Meeting is adjourned at 11:17 p.m. Thank you.